Cuac, cuac, que va cuac, cuac alegremente. Cuac, cuac, cuando se encuentra un lindo cuac, 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 para cantar cuac, 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 cuac.
I have a what? I have a baby? Another one? God dang it, chat. What do you mean I have a baby again? Oh my god. Hello everyone. Hello. It's been a while. Did you guys miss me? You guys miss me? Anyone? Anyone? They all disappeared. Hello everyone. Oh my god, Bean, thank you so much for the first. Hi Rod. Hello Abba. Hi Yo Abba. Hello. Hi Nagi. Baggy. What the heck? How do we have a Twitch baby already? What the heck? Thank you. I did not expect to have ducklings already. Gosh dang it. And the last times it happened, it always catches me by surprise. Holy. Did you guys notice something new? If you are on mobile. Did you guys notice something new? I have a little vertical stream now. Hey, we fixed it. We fixed it. I did have to switch though. I did. It's not how we used to have it, and my setup is kind of messed up. Horrible update. Oh sevens. I worked so hard on it. It's very different from the one that you will see on desktop for sure. So it did take a while to make. What was I gonna continue with? Thank you so much for the 9 months. I hope you appreciate all those Ducky emotes and that you use them wisely, wherever, whenever. Yeah, thank you. And aside from that, I had a great time. I went outside, chat. I celebrated and I put my costume on and I was a proud Norwegian for a day. Outside, yeah. Oh my god, your ducky went outside. I cannot believe. I also drank a lot and I had a raging headache the next day. I can tell you that. Also because I worked. I worked the next day. It's horrible when you have these types of like days happening on a Sunday because you don't get any rest on the Monday. 4 more births. No, sorry, 4 more months. What? Thank you so much for the 5 months, Yo Avo. Thank you. You are super close to a birth, okay? I'm not ready to be a mother again. I'm not. But anyway, I hope you enjoy those emotes. And I hope you use them wisely and you enjoy them. I forgot 70th of May. Yes. So 2 days ago, I was outside. I was having a fun time. Heard a lot of music, saw a lot of marches, a lot of children outside, and a lot of people being drunk. We love to see it. It's a great combination. It's also kind of a competition on who can eat the most ice creams and hot dogs. I counted 5 hot dogs and 3 ice creams. No, I don't love seeing people drunk. I love seeing people enjoy themselves. I love seeing people being happy and like having a reason to be happy. 17th of May is kind of that day where you don't see anyone being super negative either. So it's like it takes you by surprise how much people come together to celebrate in the day. So yeah. especially because I don't really see it. I don't really go outside that much. And if I do, I work in service jobs, and people are often pissed at me. So, hello, wake up, everyone. Why am I on the floor? On the work of editing the video. Oh my, the video. Crazy. Hi, Noev. Hello. Greetings. Near other funky jazz variety. Yes, sir. That's me. Hi, Deezer. Pink Lane Strip Scare. I know. I forgot about those. I was busy setting up everything else. Okay. What was I meant to do? I don't know. But how we doing? I should probably start the timer, hey? Kind of want to cheat it a little bit, but it's fine. How we doing though? Aside from that and having to go to work on Mondays, are we good? Yeah. I'm sorry I missed out on all the other days. I was working on the dual format that I'm testing right now, so you guys have to tell me that it looks pretty. If you are on mobile. If it's not pretty, let me know. Yes. Also, let me know if my audio is like doubled somehow, because I didn't know how to set up everything. So, yes. I think RE7. Congrats. Oh my god. It was a rough game for me, I will say. It did take me longer than a lot of people probably took on that game. But it was because I was scared. And I know some people like can do it in a day, can do it in like 2 days. It took me a week. That was something beautiful screen. Wow. Cannot believe you would call my setup beautiful. Genuinely horrible experience. I get it. I genuinely had a jump scare multiple times during it. Oh my god, like you guys are doing it to me. But yeah, I think I had a lot of fun with it no matter what, because I don't experience traditional horror that often with the games that I play, I mean. So I liked it a lot. Yeah. Wait, I just realized I don't have this emote. I don't have the ain't no way emote, and I cannot believe, because it's my favorite one. Wait a second. Should I get the kitty one? I love the kitty one. The ain't no way. Or should I get the bone one? You know what? I'm getting the bones. The skeleton. There it is. All right. Have fun with that. Oh. I just saw myself. Ew. Gross. What was I gonna say? I don't even know anymore. I did a lot of like social media looking and scrolling, and I saw a lot of Norwegian VTubers, and I was like, I'm surprised we are this many. I didn't post anything for 17th of May, but I saw so many people posting, and I was like, wait a second, my feed has been Norwegian-fied. Like, I did not expect this many people. I knew about some that were Norwegian. I didn't know that there were that many VTubers, so unexpected, really. Feet where? I have no feet. No feet. Feed, yes. Well, it surprises me because I normally don't talk about it too much in my social medias, if anything. I'm very like, I either repost other people's stuff or I like post general art things that I receive from commissions and such. I don't really post so much about myself anymore. I was really like like a social person before when I was younger, that I used to post like whatever pictures I like saw. If I saw a flower, I would post that. If my dog did something funny, I would take a picture of that and put it on social media. So I don't know. I was very out there with my social media until after university. Then I was like, I'm pulling back. I don't really love that I'm that open about my life. So yeah, if you notice that I deleted stuff from like really far back in my feed, it's probably because of that. And I was like, ooh, I should probably be more careful with what I'm posting. So I'm very reserved nowadays, for sure. Plus, I'm also kind of scared that I'm gonna be like detected as like fraud or impersonating of other persons, like what happened to Froggy, because their account was reported or something, and he could never get his account back. So I'm kind of like scared that's gonna happen. And I'm like, okay, I'll keep it just basic on what I post on Twitter and or other social medias. Discord, however, I will always be open and about it and like tell you guys everything. Because I feel like Discord is like more of like we're close enough. So why did Froggy's account get reported? Because someone said that he was impersonating someone else, and it was like fraud or whatever, and they could never like get their account back because they couldn't really, like, Twitter didn't really fully approve of the evidence that he brought forth, that he was like, I have to frog, and there were no other I have to frogs. So he never really recovered that account. And so now I have that in the back of my head when I use Twitter or other social medias. I'm like, ooh, I don't want that to happen to me, because I've had these accounts for so long. They're just kind of like there for me to like look back on such things and like other things in life, and like also look at what my friends are doing. So, but you're from Chesney? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. I have to duck. No. But I am like aware that it could happen, because it has happened to a lot of other VTubers as well that have lost their social medias because of like different reasons. Twitter and like YouTube are weird like that. Other social medias aren't. So I don't know. It's like weird. And so I have that in the back of my mind basically. But I did post a couple pictures on my Discord. If you are like wondering what I did on the 17th of May, and you are wondering what I had like wearing and why I'm talking about like outfits and like I was stressing out about the costume, we do wear kind of like special dresses for that day, and everyone has them on. Like you have your region based ones, you have your like really expensive ones. Normally like they're around 40,000 kroners. It can get really expensive if you're like looking for a regional dress, if you have an inherited one from your like grandma or something. I have not inherited any dress at all, because I'm not Norwegian born and raised, just raised. And a lot of people do get the dresses as like confirmation gifts, but for my confirmation, I had to move away, so I didn't really get that much from my parents and or people that I love and my friends, and I could not save up to have one of those regional dresses. So I just had like one of those like normal dresses that my mom has kind of sewed on bit by bit every year. And it's kind of like been made for me now. Like, so if you don't have 40,000, of course, because not a lot of people have that, you can either make your own, crochet like the different parts and make it like your own version of it. But you do kind of have to have the same patterns, and you kind of do have to follow like the regional differences. So since I'm not born in any region, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to take one of those like normal dresses and just add to it bit by bit, year by year, and make my own. So that's kind of how I do it every year when 17th of May kind of rolls around. It's like, oh, okay, let's just add to this. Let's make my own. Hi, Kay. Hello, hello. Also because they're super expensive. And like the silver pieces are actually the ones that cost the most. And I don't have money for that. I don't have 40K just sitting in my bank account. So I just kind of like collect pieces as it goes. And a lot of people do donate the pieces through like Facebook Marketplace or like some other places, but they're often really expensive and they're normally really old pieces that they've inherited from other people. So, I don't know about that, but yes. You can see all of it on the Discord, basically, how I spent the day. I didn't take pictures of all the ice creams that I ate and all the hot dogs, but I did count 5 and 3 hot dogs. No, 3 ice creams and 5 hot dogs. We kind of do have a competition in my household over, like, how many can you eat before you get, like, queasy, basically. And it's the whole entire day, but since it started raining a lot, we spent a lot of it inside instead of outside, as we usually do when it's like really good weather, like it's half sunny and half not raining. But this year it started raining really early, so we were like, what do we do? Do we spend the day inside a little bit? Yes, but we still went outside a little bit, so I enjoyed it. Hi, Brown. Hello, hello. I was also panicking a little bit because I didn't think I would have every piece together by the 17th. And normally on Sundays, everything is closed. So it's not like you can get your last pieces the day of. You can't. You have to do it days before because there will be queues or you won't have access to everything days before it. Normally they'll be like sold out and such. So I was running around being like, do I have the shoes? Do I have the dress? Do I have socks? Do I have this and that? Do I have the silver? Yes. Okay, cool. Hi, Brown. Hello, hello. But yeah, that's what I did instead of streaming on Saturday. And then Friday, I don't know what happened Friday. I think I was also trying to stream on Friday, but for some reason everything stopped working. Like my entire PC was frozen, basically. And that was the day that I posted on Discord being like, hey chat, what do we do? I'm kind of stuck. I don't know what to do. I think I'm just gonna give up. We fixed it today because I didn't want to do it yesterday. I was too tired. So, now what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? But hey, we got it fixed. We can finally do Village. I don't even know how far we've gotten on Village. I only remember that we beat Mommy Dommy. And I'm kind of sad because I really miss her. But she does visit me in my dreams at least. So that's the title. Yes. You're around 95% done. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I don't believe that for a second. Okay. I don't know why I did that. Shall we do a little bit of business first before we go on to do Village? Yes. Because we kind of have a couple names that we have to write on my face before we go on. So I'm gonna show you guys how I do these like notes. For those that don't know and haven't been here to see it. We do have a Subathon, by the way. We are doing a Subathon. That's what the timer is. And you can get one of these awards. One of these like, I don't know how to type. Notes on my face and other stuff. I don't know how to. Thank you. I don't know how to type today. I have grandma fingers today. I don't know what's happening. But yeah, we're doing a subathon. And things are happening, and I made some images, and there are some incentives. Anyway, I can do this. I'm a big, strong duck. I swear. And then we had some people that got their incentives done, but I noted it down because I didn't have the full information, so I had to ask around a little bit. And I finally have all the information that I needed, kind of. So we can get started on some of them. Basically, we have Nilva, Max, and Bacon. And I'm pretty sure they gave me some like colors so that we can do the post-it notes. Yes, that's it. My brain is on, I swear. It's taking me a little bit to process things, okay? I don't know what's happening to me. I'm confusion today, I guess. Do I even have paint? Oh my god, Chad, do I even have paint? I started uninstalling a lot of things, so I was like, ooh. I know I took away Notepad, because I was like, I'm not using this. When am I ever using this? It's vertical. Oh my god, hi Kiwi. Hello. Yes, we have vertical now. Yo. Hello. How we doing? Oh, take care, y'all. Go lurkies. Take care. I'm in the beta for the dual format. So now I have 2 ways of showing myself. I have one way that's for desktop and one way that's for mobile. Yes. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my god. It's kind of like weirdly set up because I'm not used to having this much like space underneath me if you are on mobile. Oh, hello. Hello. Where did this bread come from? Hello. But yeah, I'm not used to the formatting completely, so I'm a little bit like, where do I go? Where are you guys? Like, I can't see you. On mobile. Yes. I don't know if any of that was understood, but yes. Hi, Kay. Hello. Thank you so much for the 35 stream streaks. Let's go. You guys are amazing. I still cannot believe that some people have over 10, over 3 even, because every time I get over 10, it resets me. Okay, I'm not good with streaks. Hello, new guy. Roasted duck. Where? I don't see it. Mine reset at 40. Mine, I swear, I had a really good streak on a couple people, especially like Ravi and like Tear, and then Gashi as well. And for some reason, Ravi's was first reset, then it was Gashi's, and then Tear also had my my streak in their stream basically was reset. So I was like, what is happening? And I had them really high up, and I was like, I cannot believe I'm doing this. Like, what? But yeah, I'm kind of sad now. New guy, thank you so much. Oh my god, 15th anniversary. Cannot believe we made it to 15. How do we get here? Thank you so much though, I appreciate it. Hi Desario. Hello. Yes, Sag, me too. It reset every time for me too, even if I'm here the whole time. I'm so sad for you. But thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate it though. I mean, hey, it's still points, okay? You still get points every so often, like if you have 3. I don't think they increase how many points you get, right? They're just stuck at 450. So honestly, just having a stream streak is pretty amazing. So I don't know. It's kind of like pride, but at the same time, it's also like who's gonna know it is? You know, you get the same amount of points. I'm still happy about it. I'm so happy you guys have a streak. No matter how big or small, you know. So, yes. But yes, new guy, thank you so much for the 15. I appreciate it. Please enjoy all those emotes, even the cooked duck one. I know you guys use them a lot. I guess I am cooked, huh? I have to come to terms with it. So I'm sorry. My only problem is I don't know if I've already saved my streak after 5 minutes or if I still have to wait until it's saved. I don't know. I think normally if you are on mobile, it will show that okay, you finished saving your streak. But normally I don't know. Normally you don't get that many notifications too. Because I don't get many notifications about my streaks anymore. Being like, hey, you can save this streak in 24 hours if you watch a VOD or clips from this stream. Normally I used to have those, but then now they're not showing up at all. So I don't know. Good morning. Go get breakfast. Yes. Enjoy your lurkies. I don't get notifications at all anymore. Yeah, me neither. I don't know what's happening to Twitch. I wish they did. I wish they kept it, because I would have loved to know that I was losing my streaks. Whenever my friends go live at a random hour, and I'm like, I didn't really check that they were streaming. So yes, they should fix their problems. Yes. As a streamer, I can tell you that. But yeah, let's get to it. I forgot what I was doing because I started yapping, and I know. I get swept away easily. Let's see. Where are my sticky notes? Say I'm mine. You and me on my mind. Okay, let's see. Max wanted a yellow one, so I guess we could start with that. Because I don't have any yellow stickers, chat. This is extreme weirdness. Ain't no way no one has said yellow. They still send them, just not consistently. I was having an 18 streak for Ababa, and then boom. Oh my god, yes. Yes, no, Ababa does stream pretty late for us Europeans. I still somehow catch most of them. I'm still surprised about it, because I normally go to sleep at like 10. But sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, Ababa's life. The same for Ravi. Honestly, when she streams really early for me, I'm always like, she's live. And then I just kind of lurk there and I'm like half asleep. Like one eye open and then the other one is closed. I get 5% of notifications. The rest, 95%, Twitch doesn't send notifications. I wonder. Is it like, do you think it has to do anything with like the bell? Because I know the bell is mostly for like going live notifications, but I don't know if it has anything to do with the same for stream streaks. Because I've not noticed a difference. So, I don't know. About. Wait, where's my yellow? There it is. I have a personalized bell on and nothing changes? That's crazy, bro. Honestly, they should probably connect it with the bell notification. Like, they should just have it the same thing. Yeah. They should really tie it to it so that it makes sense. Wait a second. Where's my sources? I'm at the supermarket. About to flip. Where's my hello? Where's my paint? Paint.exe. I guess it doesn't like it. Okay, wait, let me say. Give me a second. I'm doing this one instead. Baby, 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 baby. I'm at the supermarket. About to flip. Okay, there we go. All right, we're gonna put some max on it. Yes, sir. What's that? I was streaming at inconsistent times, so no one has a stream streak in my chat. That's crazy, by the way. Bet someone has at least a 5. Someone has to have a 5 at least. Sorry, a 3. I can't do the A, and it pisses me off. Okay, my writing is super sucks. I'm so sorry if this triggers anyone. What is up? I can't write. Okay, there we go. That's good enough, right? The X is huge. 1 a.m., 3 a.m., 6 p.m., 9 p.m. You have to party inconsistent. No way. No way. Is that all your streaming times? Holy. That's crazy, hey? I never really paid attention to it. But damn. That is everywhere. Recollect? I have not heard it. I can cue it though, so that I can listen to it. Kiwi, enjoy your grapes. Yo. All right, this is good enough for Max. I don't think I'm gonna change it. I think I'm just gonna save it as it. I'm gonna copy this one as Max. Okay, now we gotta do Nilva's, and they want it a light blue. Oh my god, that's huge. Okay, wait. There we go. I forgot I want to go to Lurkies. No worries. If I wanted a song made for you next, recollect would be it sounds a little bit like what is her name again? It sounds very K-poppy, but it sounds specifically kind of like one specific idol. And I cannot remember their name. Okay, wait, I have to make this end super skinny. I like it though. I mean, so far. Da-da. Okay, wait, the eye is super skinny, but it's fine. Definitely is very K-pop. It sounds very yeah. If you had like not told me that it was from ReZero, I would have said like, oh wow, okay, is this like a K-pop song? Oh, you know what it reminds me a little bit of? It reminds me of, what is this girl group that it also does like League of Legends? What is their name again? Wait, sorry. I'm like searching because I have them on my playlist. It sounds like KDA. It sounds like KDA, kind of, but more poppy. And if you haven't heard about KDA, please go check them out. Honestly, they were probably the ones that introduced me to K-pop, alongside Just Dance. Oh my god, speaking of Just Dance, this reminds me of Who did that one song in Just Dance? Give me a second. I'm searching this up. Because I have their playlist right here. What was the thing again? Also another K-pop song, basically. Sorry, I have to find this now. I have to find this now. It's not fancy. It's not feel special. Something G. I can't remember. Recollect the sang by Konomi Suzuki and an American rapper, Ashniko. Ashniko! Oh my god, let's go! We love to see that. I love that they're growing. Or like becoming more like known in every branch, basically. Because I feel like I've heard about Ashniko a lot recently. Oh my god, where are they? I don't even know how the song goes. There it is. Is it Psycho? No. It's not Psycho. Is it Red Velvet that I'm thinking of? No. Oh my god, I see it right in front of me too. I see the map detail and I see the K-pop girl group in it, but I don't remember the name. I don't know. It's gonna actually bother me. Give me a second. I'm searching this up. Oop. Yeah, no, I have to now. I have to find it now. I don't see it anymore. Is it Red Velvet? It's not Psycho, is it? No, I have to search this up. Wait, give me a second. Psycho, Just Dance. Ain't no way it's Psycho. No, it's not. Huh. Is it a Red Velvet song? I didn't think Red Velvet had that many songs on Just Dance, I'm gonna be honest. Was it 2023 even? Okay, wait, give me a second. It's an Extreme. That much I remember. And then I remembered it was like a 3-girl group. Wannabe! Itzy is who I'm thinking of. Oh my god. Holy. Itzy's the group. If you haven't heard Wannabe by Itzy, please do. It actually reminds me of Recollect. Oh my god. That's the name that I was trying to find all this time. Oh my god. Okay, wait. I think I already saved this. Adding it to my list right now. Please give them a listen. I have not heard about Itzy in a long time, and I think that's why it didn't immediately click in my brain. Because I don't know where they've gone. Or like I haven't noticed any new song or anything that's popped in my feed in a little bit. So I don't know. I don't know where they are. I just remember they were in Just Dance and that's it. Which is super sad. Everything's gnarly. Okay. And lastly we have Bacon. Hottie hottie like a bag of Takis. Uppy, they be trying to. Oh my god, what is that A? Chat, do not grab my handwriting. This is the worst example of my handwriting that you will ever get, by the way. I cannot do a lot with mouse and keyboard. Holy. Okay, wait, that N sucked. Okay, wait. I have to fix that. Oh. It's just so ugly. I swear I write better than this. Oh. hot take, Doug, you should probably start a Spotify blend with me. Honestly, I would love to make a playlist and just put it out there. Wait a second. There we go. You write better. I do. I literally do. I do. I don't show it often, and I'm not great at it. Okay, I'm not great at writing. As you can see my face. No proof. Well, I'm never showing proof either. You're gonna have to live with it. Alright. I don't have bacon, Nilva, or bacon, Nilva, Max. I don't have bacon, Nilva, or Max here, but I'm gonna have to just add wherever I see space. Which isn't many places, I'm gonna be honest. How do I rotate this? There we go. There. That's fine. Okay. Where do we add Max and Nilva? Whoever I see first. Max, Nilva. Found Max. This one. Holy, it's so huge. I think we could put Max on my... Oh. I think we could put Max on here. On my bow. I mean, it's kind of covering a little bit. But it's the best I can do. It's the best I can do. Honestly, I can't do much better. Alright, let's put Nilva maybe on this other side. Because I'm not really filling it out much. I love sticky. No. No, that's not my nickname. Do not make this a nickname now. Because that's crazy to have as a nickname. Sticky note near, thank you. I was about to crash out. I was like, no way, we're not making this a nickname. Heck no. There. Boom. Alright, we have all names now. I am all covered up. I could probably fit like 2 more sticky notes between my cheeks and this like jewel that I have. But that's it. That's all the sticky notes that I could probably afford to have in like different spots on my face without like covering my eyes, I guess. It's definitely sticking here now. No, we're not keeping this. Heck no. Sorry, I have to like, there we go. I have to put myself over here. But yeah, that's it. That's all the sticky notes that I'm doing today. If you want to be a sticky note too, check out the Subathon. We have links over there with the incentives. We're also 6 away from the new language one. I will give you guys a little preview on how it looks right now. Actually, let me fix this because it's in Spanish again. Actually, no, let's keep it in Spanish. Why not? I could give you guys a little preview on it and you guys are gonna be like, what? What the heck? What? Hey? Did you just give all 6? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, new guy. Thank you so much for the 6. I appreciate it. That was not expected. That was totally blowing my mind right now. Because I did not have that anywhere that we would reach 600 today. But thank you. I appreciate it. Chat, I don't know what to do. Because technically I would have to put the buttons on right now. Gifting subs is like gambling. I swear to God, is this your fix for gambling? Oh my God, there's so many people that caught it too. Oh my God, let's go. If you are here from anyone that caught it, please say thank you to new guy. And I hope you guys enjoy those ducky emotes. Use them wherever. Yeah, show them off. They're very cute. They're very worth. What if? No. Goro, no. No. Hi, Goro. Good morning, good evening, good night. What the fuck? Someone banned Goro. Goro, you're not allowed to be here anymore. I'm kidding. Oh my God. We're not locking toes. No. I don't have toes, okay? I got flippers. It's weird. I got webbed feet. There's no way. So, plus I'm a ducky. You probably crush me. Hi, Godo. Go sleep, brother. Also, are you soggy? Have you drunk water today? Just wondering. You are small. Shushers. You're not allowed to talk. You got avocado milk? Eh? That's a thing? That's a thing? I didn't know that. Eh? How does one get milk out of avocado? Do you blend it? Do you squeeze it? Do you like put water and then strain that water? I don't know. Avocado, sweetened condensed milk, and milk. Oh shit. I didn't know that was a thing. I literally caught me red-handed. I did not know that was a thing. It does sound very good though. I will say I love condensed milk. Could not get enough of it, really. You will always catch me at the end of like making a tres leches cake, like scooping up whatever there is left of a condensed milk can. Kind of like how one does when like one is baking with like chocolate or something. I'm always like scooping up the rest. So yes, honestly it sounds amazing. I don't know about the avocado though. I know some people use it as like a sweetened thing, but I always see it as like a salty meal avocado. Because I recognize it kind of like guacamole, maybe. Like I have that association in my brain. So, wait a second. Buggy just got one. Oh my God, Buggy. Let's go, Buggy. There we go. Okay, now I have all the names written down finally. Chat. Should we turn on the thing then? Should we enjoy the new feature? New language? Who this? Okay, wait, give me a second. I'm adding it right now. Which means I need to go to creator dashboard. Yes, sir. Add it as like a redeem so that you guys can redeem it. Don't do it immediately. Okay, it's not set up right away. And the only language that are available is Spanish and English. Norwegian is kind of like messing up a little bit code-wise, so I don't have that available. We can still do it if people want to like listen to me speak Norwegian for a little bit, but we're probably only gonna keep it for like a minute. We're not gonna keep it for the entire stream. That's not gonna happen because I don't want people to be like, whoa, okay, she's speaking another language, but we don't know what she's saying. So the Norwegian one is only going to be for a minute. and I will put an alarm. Actually, wait. Redemption cooldown. Let's put this at 30 minutes, maybe? There we go. And then Spanish. Wait, no, that's not the right one. Speak Espanol with subtitles. Let's put this one at 5 minutes. Okay. Or switch. Okay, there we go. If you have points to spare, you are now allowed to make me speak Norwegian or Spanish. And for Spanish, I will have subtitles underneath it because we do have that function. But for Norwegian, it's just going to be a minute, and at most, I will translate everything that I say. So let's say for no reason at all, I wanted to learn a language. What would you choose out of Spanish or Norwegian? Great question, everyone. Great question. I'm gonna take this in Espanol. Give me a second. There we go. Oh, crap. Okay, no Espanol. Got it. Espanol after. Okay, wait, give me a second. I'm putting a timer. I don't have any of this ready, okay, chat? You guys gotta give me a little bit of like leeway. This is not Spanish or Spanish either. Okay, så norsk først. Ja, da er vi på norsk. Jeg snakker litt med dialekt. Da er ikke helt Norwegian bokmål, men det går fint. Ja, da har vi nye språk. Nå kan du høre meg snakke norsk. Ja, hvilken som helst av de jeg kan, da. Av de språkene jeg kan. Går også, ja. Jeg var ikke så klar til å switche språk i det hele tatt. Så ja, dette er det dere får, basically. Kan du fatte at jeg ikke er så veldig confident? Timer! Whoa! Shut. There we go. All right, that was my Norwegian for a minute. Yes, sir. Oh, you guys couldn't hear the timer. It's fine. Basically, what I was saying was that I was not prepared for switching languages at all, and then any language, no. It's just any language that I already know, which is between Spanish, Norwegian, and English. I would add Italian later on, but I feel like I will butcher Italian, if anything. And then French, I would butcher it as well, so we're not doing that. Are you a native speaker? No, I was also butchering that in Norwegian. It's kind of like my second language, if anything. I was raised here, but I've traveled so much that Norwegian is kind of like sucky compared to other people that like are here living and natively speaking it. So I only use it for work. That's why it sounds like that. And I do have a dialect, like accent, basically. I don't use traditional Norwegian, which is what I was saying, is like not very to the book. Kind of like how, I don't know if anyone has heard Pale speak German. They are not from Germany, so they're not very much like the German dialect, if anything, since they're like Austrian, right? So, and they would have different wording, different accent, different ways of saying things. Kind of like that. That's me with Norway, with Norwegian. So, also, we still have Spanish, so I guess I could bring back the subtitles. Y bueno, ahora estaremos hablando español. Si los subtítulos le gustaría estar funcionando. Pero sí, ahora tenemos esta función y no estaba preparada. No estaba preparada, básicamente. Pero he tratado de hacerlo mejor con los códigos para hacer esto funcionar. Oh. Ya va, dame un momentito. There we go. Pero sí, no es tan complicado hacer los subtítulos. Es más, tratar que se pueda ver. Sí. Y anyway, ¿cómo están? Con español es un poco complicado. Yo no lo he hablado así de tanto al lado de cuando estoy en casa. Y también tengo que esperar que los subtítulos agarren o basically. Sí. Ahora no sé hasta cuánto tiempo deberíamos tener el español, si lo deberíamos tener por 1 minuto o más. Ya, ok. ¿Qué dicen ustedes? ¿10% de edad? Ay, perdón. Sabiduría, Jime. Bueno, los subtítulos están aquí para ayudar. No sé, se siente súper awkward. Porque, no sé, yo mezclo mucho los idiomas. Especialmente el español y el inglés. Tipo Spanglish. Not quite what I said, but it's fine. Pero están aprendiendo, que es lo que importa. So, chao. ¿Qué hacemos, chat? ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Cambiamos idioma? ¿Cambiamos idioma? ¿O nos quedamos? ¿Cuál? Bachillerato básicamente era así para mí con el español. Oh, ew. ¿Secundaria? Secundaria. Sí, no he utilizado el español así de tanto. El vocabulario mío es bastante básico. Y sí, he tratado de mejorar bastante, pero pero aún se siente como que está aprendiendo poco a poco. ¡Oh! No dije nada mal, ¿ok? No sé por qué dijo que esa era una mala palabra. No le digan a mi mamá nada, ¿ok? Y ya saben por qué el challenge de español o nada va a ser súper difícil. No sé qué hacer. Pero sí, vamos a hacer un poco de juegos igualmente, aunque tenemos los subtítulos. Debería añadir un método para poder switchear. A ver. Ya. Añadido por 100 puntos. Sí. Ya va. La mala cosa es que tengo que tener los subtítulos en la pantalla y entonces no puedo verlos a ustedes porque tengo que tener el, ¿cómo se llama? El tab abierto. Y bueno. No miren, 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 no miren. Ya va, 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 ya va. Nos vemos, new guy, nos vemos. Oh, ya va. Que mi URL bar es scary. Sí, da mucho miedo. Hay que quitarlo. Ya va. No lo miren. ¡Tarán! Se fue. Que lo tengas bien, Jime. Nos vemos. Pero sí, a cualquier tiempo pueden switchar para atrás. Escuchar. Switchear. Oh, no. Cambiar. Cambiar atrás. Mi pánico de español. Ayúdame. Estoy sufriendo. Ayúdame. También que se siente un poco así como que awkward. Porque mis padres saben hablar español y algunos están en casa, otros están afuera. Y ahora van a saber el contexto de por qué no hablo español en casa. Pero sí. ¿Cómo se siente? ¿No bien? ¿Mal? ¿Más o menos? ¿Nadie? Ok. Pero sí debería hidratar también. Pero esos son los nuevos botones que hay ahora. Hay uno de español, uno de noruego y uno de inglés. Y lo pueden cambiar a cualquier tiempo. Es que no se siente como que pueda hablar súper rápido tampoco. Porque hay que dejar que los subtítulos pasen. Y también para que puedan leerlo también. Comenzamos a hacer un poco de Resident Evil. ¿Será? No es muy bueno con las preguntas, ¿eh? Let's see. Alright, chat. I think we are gonna switch to English after a minute. I think I'm just gonna keep the timer on. I love the subtitles, but it's very like slow at like picking up what I have to say. Because you kind of have to like let it roll. Also, I don't know that many Spanish terms, so I feel like we're gonna keep that for the Spanish Spanish stream. But for now, we're gonna do some Resident Evil, because I feel like that's what we have new, and we have to finish it. So let's spend most of our time doing that instead of me struggling with the subtitles. All right, let's go. We have things to do, mommies to see. Oh wait, no more mommies. Right. I've forgotten. Mommy's gone now. SMH. I guess we'll find Daddy as fast as we can. I don't know what his name is. Heisenberg? That guy. Yes. We'll try to find him as fast as possible. Because he's the only one worth it in my brain, you know? If we can't see Mommy anymore, we might as well go see the other one. I'm leaving that girl. It's all too much, I fear. I'm getting out of here. Why is this huge? Okay, wait, chat. I don't know why the screen is huge. Eh? Huh? Oh no. Wait. Undo. What the heck? I don't know why it switches over to the other one. Hello? OBS? Please work? Please hold, chat. Please hold. I know we want to get into the game, but it's also very, like, cramped. Okay. There we go. Shall we continue? Oh my god, I lost my voice. What happened? I lost my voice. I don't know how to speak anymore. Yep. We're just dealing with a lot, I guess. Let me get rid of Spotify as well. Pretty sure that's like tucked away. Right. I don't know where I was in the story. I only know we defeated Mommy over here. This is Mommy, for those that don't know. We also didn't really do much either. Like, we didn't meet the other ones, except for like the first clip where we can see like us running away from them. But yeah, we haven't met them yet, and I'm scared. I'm scared that when we're gonna meet them, they're gonna be like, "Ahaha, You thought it's gonna go easy. It's not. So that's what my thought process is, basically. I also am not super knowledgeable about like what has happened to them, how they become, or like what their story is, because I feel like no one really pays attention to these like other people as much. So I'm like a little bit like, I don't know what I'm getting myself into, basically. Also, I can't find my chat. Give me a second, chat. I can't see you. I like have you guys hidden for some reason. Oh, there you guys are. There we go. Like, I can't see you. You're not there anymore. Hi, Beppo. Hello. How you doing? How's games been? I know you've been doing a lot. I also haven't found this. So, But yes, I give you a flower, a mental flower, because I don't have enough fingies to poke at my keyboard with. This is also one of the stones we haven't been able to look at, right? Because it needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wings. Games are good, but it's letting me leave a little early. Holy! Games are good. Let's go. We love to see it, Beppo. Honestly, I need to get better at games. Because every time I see you post like Twitter stuff about how your games go, I'm always like, let's go, Beppo, let's go. And I'm always like, dang it, I need to do better. But I'm happy for you. I'm also very lost. I don't know where I'm going. This is locked. Okay, so not this side. Got it. Any grumbling? Any grumbles? From wild people? Holy. Wait, isn't that the intro screen one? This the intro screen scarecrow? I thought it was. I'm lost. I don't know where I'm going. I know I need to get something for this, but I don't have anything. Need some other item. So we'll go get the other item then. This is locked. Okay. If I remember correctly, we didn't find this lever. We didn't find anything for that. We only found a house that had a code in it, but we couldn't find the code. I think if I remember, it was here. It was like 0708 YM. But then there's two more numbers that we haven't found. So I'm like, ooh, where could those numbers be? Like, if I were a number, where would I be? And I didn't search it up either because I'm a moron. So I literally told myself I should probably search this up because I'm gonna be frustrated for like another half an hour trying to find these two numbers. And yet, did I do it? No, I did not. No, the heckies, I did not. So here we are again, old friend. Did I miss something? Oh yeah, I did see this last time. Look out the window. Look out which window? This window? Look at the window. Ah! Oh! Jesus, where did you come from? Buddy. Buddy. Really? Oh my god. Oh my heckin' god. Okay. So that was all I needed to do, was really just look through the window. And then the jump scare, of course. 07, 04, 08. That was cheap. That felt cheap. I cannot believe it took me this long. Because I didn't freaking read. Also did this the wrong way, but it's fine. New gun. Jack handle. Wait a second. Why did I get a new gun? What type of gun is it? Semi-automatic pistol. Fully automatic handgun. What the heck is the difference between a semi-automatic and an automatic? What does that mean? I don't know guns, okay? I don't know anything about weapons. I don't know what this means. Please explain in more English terms. What the heck does it mean? I wish there was like more info about it, but I don't even know if they use the same ammo. Because so far I haven't seen it being used. Automatic. Does this mean it's kind of like I was gonna say an RPG, but that's not what I meant to say. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Although we have a jack handle now. Aw, shoot. I have these buddies to take care of now. Come here. Aw, did you really have to do that? Did you really have to do that? Okay, I have to take care of this guy first. Hello! Oh my god. Okay, there he goes. Okay, he's gone. Wait, what? I was damaged by that. Did he really get close enough to do that? I don't know about that. Well, I still struggle a little bit with the hand gun, because I feel like the way it aims is still very weird. Like, it really prefers me to go for the limbs instead of the head, which I'm not used to any game doing. So I don't like it when it pulls me to the limbs, if that makes any sense, because it feels stupid. Hey dude, don't you mind me? I'm just gonna use this jack handle. Can I now get under it? Crawl, crawl. Oh! Oh, that's very great. I almost got crushed by it. Probably almost did, really. Oh, I don't want to go back. No. I don't know why it gave me that option to go back. I don't want to do that. This door was locked, right? The only reason we didn't go in here. Guess we can still kind of go to it. Oh, we can go all the way back? Ain't no way. Why do they give me that option? I haven't visited these houses, and I feel like that's where the story wants me to go. To over here somewhere. Alright, let's go exploring. Aw, sheep bar. Yeah, I see you, buddy. I see you. He's gonna be fine, Chad. He's gonna be fine. He can wait. Oh, okay. I can't go all the way back to the beginning. It was this that was locking me from it. Did I find everything in this house? No. But there was also a door that was locked. Pig! What was that? Why did you make that extra noise for? Okay, so there's no other farm animal, I guess. We're unlocking this. Heck yeah. Okay, so we still have access back. Cool. Can I go in here now? Isn't this where I had like a bunch of lichens after me? And no piggies? No more piggies? I'll take the money. I'll take the money, but I wish I had more piggies, and then it'd be worth it. Because just one piggy sucks. Okay, we reload before we go to the lichens. Yeah. I hear you, buddy. I see you, buddy. Oh, really? No. No. Stay back. Stay back. There we go. Like, it prefers me shooting the body, and I don't get that. I'd rather not. There's more. Where are you? Here you. Is that it? Is that one? Yeah. Come here. Ah. Really? Really? You just had to call all your people. Yeah, you just had to call all your people. Oh my god. Come here. Okay, wait, give me a second. I was like, do I have healing? Yes, I do. Okay. Actually, calling all your people and there was just like 3 of them, that's impressive. Ugh. Ugh. I don't want to see the goat's head. Hello? Pipe bomb? Ain't no way. Okay, what do they want me to open up now? I hear chickies. Locked. I heard chickens though. What do they want me to open? Actually. Like, why was there a perfectly placed pipe bomb there? I feel like they want me to open this. But like, that doesn't make any sense. I hear chickies. And they're like in here. I don't think I can go there, right? No, there's this that's locked. I guess we can open that one area. Hello, hello. Wait, how do I... There we go. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, no, you're literally too good. Really? Ain't no way. More? Any more? No? No more that wants to say hi? Too bad. So this place was locked up because someone was missing. That's the only reason it was locked up. Oh, Jesus. I don't remember this house at all. So I don't know if we've been. Hello? Anything in here? No. No. Anything in the toilet? Also, why do they keep the toilets outside? That's the one thing I don't get. I guess it's like olden days, but like, what place keeps their toilets outside like this? It don't make sense to me. Can I open this? Winged. Okay, no, wait. It wasn't winged. Iron? Yes. Cool. Let's go check out this place before we even start over there. Main house first. It says, to whom am I concerned? Due to the luthier's long absence, I am keeping hold of this house key. Please find me if you need it. Regards, Joseph Simon, Beneviento's gardener. Gardener? Beneviento's? It's not a place we've been to. Also, music! I would love to go in. Please. Please, can I go say hi? Anything in the toilet? More lockpicks. We'd love to see it. Get these. Alright, so I hear it. I don't see it. There you are. Every time I hear that wood creaking thing, I'm like, oh, there's a thingy here. Another one? Where are you? Stay down. Suspicious suspicious doll. I wonder what this doll is for. I wonder. If this doesn't remind you of Evelyn, I don't know what else. What else will? But what did I get pipe bombs for? I feel like there should be something that indicates like, okay, use this here, basically. But I haven't seen that yet, so I'm like, I'm sussy. I'm sussy of everything. Although I heard chickens. Where are they? Where'd you keep your chickens? Shotgun. Over here, maybe? Well wheel. Well, I guess we can find more. We can open the wells, finally. Okay, wait, give me a second. Why can't I make more pipe bombs? Why? Why did they gift me this? I can finally go sell all these things as well. And then part of a doll that's based on a local legend. Valuable, combinable. Alright. Wooden animal. Another part of a wooden toy. Teddy bear? What do we find these things for? Wait, what? Find the house with the red chimney. Well, I don't know where the red chimney house is. Oh, over there. Okay. I guess before we do that, why don't we go open up all the wells first, and then we go do that? Because I feel like it's gonna lead us to like the next part of the story. but I don't know where the wells are. Not that well enough, I guess. Over here is one. Over here is another one. Over here is another one. Over there is another one. Okay, there's a lot of wells, actually. And there is 2 lockpickable places. 3 lockpickable places. Holy. And I only have 1 lockpick, so we have to like choose well which one we want. Okay. Let's go to the first well, which I think is this one. And then let's see if we can get to this one or that one. Hope no more lichen spawn, because I don't really like them. I kind of hate how they function, basically. Wait, am I going the right way? Yes. I could use the lockpick on this place, the one that I just received. I don't know if it's worth it. Please be something good. Please be something good. Sniper rifle. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's not too bad. Could be better. Well, wheel. What is it? What is it? What is it? No whammies, no whammies. A lockpick. Perfect. Let's go to Louise's plot. See if we can find another lockpick. Where was Louisa's house again? From here. I think it was around. Yeah, I have to go all the way around. I guess we can go see what's up in here. In this lockpick area. What is there? What is there? No whammies! No whammies! Shotgun. Okay, I'll take it. Did I ever open up this one? Did I ever open this one up? No. Okay. Let's see what's in here. No whammies, no whammies. Wooden animal head. Woo! Okay, I know exactly what to do with this. Let's go sell it. I don't know where the Duke is. Gosh dang it. I don't know where anything is in this game. Okay, so if we go this hill, then we can end there. Duke, I got some things for you. Hello. Okay, wait, let me collect all the things. So we have the head. I guess we can combine it with the body.
Naturally.
Hello, Duke. I want to sell everything. One of everything, por favor. So that I can get super rich. Well, except for the meat, I guess. Yeah. Trade.
Splendid. Do you know its worth?
No. It's just a handgun, I guess. The only difference. Oh wait, let's see. Power is 140. Rate of fire is 45. Reload is 2.7. Ammo capacity is 12. Versus Ammo capacity 7. Power 160. Holy. Rate of fire is 0.27. And reload speed is 2.9. So it's lower with the rate of fire, but it's higher in power and reload speed. But it's lower in ammo capacity. But then again, I did like upgrade this 2 times already. And ammo capacity twice. So I think... Oh, this one is a little bit more customizable than this. I don't know. I think we'll switch the guns then. Because this one you can level up more. Like past way more than whatever this can do. Although it's really costly. Holy. Do you have anything for me, Duke? Anything new? Anything better? Rifle cheek rest. For the sniper rifles. Reduces weapon sway. I mean, that wasn't the thing that bothered me too much about the rifle. I think about the rifle, I don't like the ammo capacity on it. And the way you have to reload really, really slowly. Okay. I am, however, gonna do this gun. I'm gonna upgrade it.
One moment, please.
Because so far this one is much better. No. Should I upgrade this sniper rifle? I guess we can upgrade the reload speed.
Delighted to.
So that's the only thing that's like really bothering me. And then we can upgrade the power on the shotgun for our bosses.
This is all an investment, even.
Ooh, would I rather this or the rifle things? Guess neither, really? I think I'll take this instead. Although, wait.
Thank you for your patronage.
Couldn't I technically... My upgrades on this gun, aren't they technically movable? Can I not stack them? No, both parts are for the lemmi. Or the lemmy, sorry. So no matter what, the recoil and the high capacity mag, no matter what, it still is not the better gun. I mean, in terms of ammo capacity, yes, it is a better gun. But in terms of power, it isn't. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll equip this one. And then keep the other one in my inventory until I can't anymore. Basically. Because I still have 18 ammo on this, so I could use this up and then switch it. I kind of want to switch it now. And see if it does better damage altogether. I'm gonna save before we go to the plot. Oh, this is not where I meant to be. Oopsies, wrong house. Sorry, my bad, my bad. I meant to go to the church. But we need to go to the church if we want to go to Louisa's. Where she has like a water wheel. Anyway. Where did the save thingy? Any other wheel? Any other thing? Yes. Right here. Wait, what? Wheel of Fortune. Ooh. Necklaces with 2 holes. So I can put some gems on it. I could also open this up. I've already opened it, but like, I don't know if there's anything in here that interests me right now. I think that's like a later plot thing. Chickens clucking. Chickens clucking where? Where? In here? Chickens clucking where? Not in here. Dang it. Okay. Where? It's like in this plot somewhere. I guess I can put a pipe bomb here? Or here? To open this up, basically. Hello? Chickies, come on. Come on, you know you want to cluck. Come on. Where are you guys? Where are they? Normally they're kind of obvious where they are. Okay, they're not here. Chickens clucking. Clucking where? Ain't no way they're gonna be in the middle. In this like middle bit, so that it's like harder to spot them, basically. Oh shit. You scared me. You scared me, bro. You sounded like too much like a chicken, okay? I thought I was like, wait, what's wrong with the chicken? What's happening? I didn't realize it was it. Have I been over here yet? I think I have. Wood creaking? Where? In there somewhere, I think. Nope. Up there. I think I'm gonna put a pipe bomb over here because I can't really access this house at all. I'm pretty sure that's where the chickens are. Right? Oh, I can access to this. Chickens! Hello! Hello, chickens! No? Wow! Wow, the chickens have ghosted me. Yet again. I've been ghosted by my own brethren. They didn't even want to say hi. That's so rude. Yeah, that's so rude. What is this? Pipe bomb! Ooh, I have a lot now. Oh, I don't like that. Why did they give me like so many? I don't think there's anything in there that I want right now. Okay, we've done all the wells that I know about. I don't know if there's any other wells, and I have not received another pick lock or lock pick to get this one. So let's go to the red tower then, which is I think over here. I think that's where the story wants me to go anyway. Dang it. But the fact that those chickens ghosted me, that feels like I was robbed. Are they in here somewhere? Is that why they clucked? Is it because I went through the gates that they were like, they stopped clucking? Well, that's just sad. That's just sad. Okay. I don't remember what way it was. I'll be honest. So I'm gonna try my best out of memory to remember what way I came from. I know I went through this way, and then through this. And then instead of underneath here, again, getting crushed, I'm gonna go up here. Down below. Through here. Okay, yeah. I'm kind of getting the gist of where I am. Kind of getting my bearings. I think I have to go up through that ladder area then. I don't get it. Do I put a pipe bomb somewhere? To like have access to it? I haven't learned yet where pipe bombs go. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I just kind of take the hint that the game kind of wants me to use them whenever they do. Hi, Quad. Hello, hello. How you doing? I hear the chickies. Are they in here? You hear them too, right, chat? I'm not going insane. There are some chickens. I mean, I see this too. This over here. There you are. Okay, this is one. I know there's two. There's three! Oh my god. I missed. There's two. Oh my god, I missed again. There we go. I don't know why that was so hard. Let me get this first before we go down there. Chicken! Chicken, chick. Chicken, 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 chick. I want to look in the what's it called? The toilet. I feel like that should remain holy for not my eyes to see. Okay, let's go in here then, or up top. I don't know. Is this the house with the red? Yes, this is the house with the red chimney. I guess let's open this door first, so that we have a pathway out. Let's go look inside. Shall we? Shall we? Oh, never mind. They don't want me to go inside. Never mind. Let's open this up too. In case I need a way out. Because I'm going to need a way out. I'm going to be honest. Reload. Reload. Hello, story. I am here. I am home, I guess. Not really. This is the... Why is that in yellow? I feel like that just means I can climb onto it. I don't know if I want to do that. Right. When I see yellow, I know I'm like, oh, okay, the game wants me to do something with it. Something is clearly eating, and I'm just gonna unlock this. Because I need to run away, you know? Hey! Hey, am I interrupting someone's meal or something? I think I am. I think he's really loving whatever he's eating. Hey, dude. I don't want to shoot at his heart. I don't know what that was. So what were you eating? Hello? Oh, there was someone underneath him. Oh, my bad. I didn't look hard enough, okay? I really didn't. There's also like, it looks like she was in the middle of baking. Man, you couldn't have just interrupted like a minute later. Like, she was not done baking yet, and I wanted some bread. February 1st, sacrificed 2 goats to Mother Miranda. February 3rd, offered wool to Mother Miranda. She instructed I find her a list of drugs and tools in the next few days. What for, I wonder? February 8th, no message from Mother Miranda. Yet the livestock won't stop the ruckus. February 9th, I was instructed to take the items to the cave church at sunrise. But then, what I saw was frightful. The great four lords were there, and Mother Miranda was holding a child. She whispered something and touched the child. I can't explain it well, but the child turned into a white crystal? Then she... I couldn't help but speak up, and I asked her why she did such a thing. Mother Miranda just smiled at me. This is the chosen child. She will return to her original form no matter what befalls her. Then she gave each lord a part of the crystal in a flask, and they left. I forgot to bow to Mother Miranda before I fled. I'm still shaking. What did she do? What is that child? Oh my god, it's our child. She's turned into a crystal. What the heck? Hi, Secret. Hello, hello. How you doing? How's you doing? Wait, can I look? What is this? The winged key is just a single piece. 3 more parts are needed to make it whole. That's what it says. Oh, combined with the winged key, I got a 4-winged key. Poggies.
Better see the Duke again.
Oh man. Well, I think she's eaten now, so she won't eat whatever is in here, right? She won't eat it. Hi. Our child? Yes, our child. Yes. I'm doing good. How am I? I'm good. I'm a little bit like frazzled, I'm gonna be honest, because I'm like, what the heck is this story? And I've had a lot to set up basically for today. So I'm like, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to see. I don't know where to, where to interact. So like we finished the part where we met Mommy, at least. But we haven't met any of the other lords, and I think we're about to head to that area, but I felt like I don't know anything about them. Literally, I barely heard about Mother Miranda, and I've heard not so much about her, Mommy. But I feel like I learned a lot through her castle story, and I feel like a lot of like other people that are like playing this game has focused more on her and Mother Miranda, and not so much about the other lords. I mean, I get it, they're not as handsome, right? She still lives in my dreams. But yeah, no, it's surprising how little we get of them, I guess. Because so far we've heard a lot about the other villagers more than anything. More than the lords themselves. And that's crazy to me in my brain, I guess. Because I didn't expect it to be so little. But yeah, how's you doing, Secret though? How's your day? Bruh?
Up to the cozy
Bruh?
place, from
Bruh?
house up to the top. Oh, look at me.
Hey, bump, bump, bump. Got any grapes? So they waddle in, waddle, waddle. To the cozy pond stream, bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Hello, Era. Hello, Era, Era. Era in your area. How we doing? How you doing? How was games? You were playing mahjong? Honestly, you guys need to invite me one day because I need to learn. I've heard a lot from Ritsu about
Did you
it.
learn anything?
I found these feathers. Now tell me
Are
how
you
to fix this like you
jogging?
said you
Oh
would.
my
Settle
god.
down. First, you must use that key and collect
Sorry, we got
all
a little
the
bit of story.
roses flasks.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total. You have the one, and the other lords have the rest.
Ooh,
Lords?
lords. All right, there we go.
Mother Miranda
shit, there's
is the
more.
cold,
Never mind.
calculating ruler of this village.
There's more.
4 lords serve under her. The first you've already
Mommy.
met, the Lady
Oh
Demetrius.
my god. Mommy, I still
Second
see you.
lives deep in a valley of mist, the doll maker,
Oh.
Donna Beneviento.
Oh, I don't want to say hi to her. No, I don't want to.
None of her playmates have ever come back from that dank old estate.
Oh, why is she the second one?
The third is Moreau.
I would rather say hi to
Twisted flesh
Moreau.
that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. It is said that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters.
Yeah, I'd rather say hi to Moreau than the other girl.
The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg.
Daddy!
He works
Oh my
in his
god, look
factory on the
at him!
village outskirts. And the project. Let's just say parts of the human imagination are better left alone.
Let's go. Or was that the little introduction for them? Ooh, ooh. All right, chat. Hi, how are you doing? Let me do my introduction. Hi, my name is Nira. For those that don't know me, I'm a little ducky Nira. I'm a little ducky. And I sing on the side as I stream on the other side. And yeah, I don't know how to play mahjong, and I feel like I need to learn how to play it. That's all I'm saying. Ritsu and Sai have kind of introduced the whole thing to me, and I knew about it before, but I have never really seen it being played. So, but yes, go raid and run. Absolutely, go take care of yourself, Era. I hope you had a lot of fun, and I understand, so no worries. As for those that are new here, hi, take care of yourself. If you need to lurk, please do. Self-care is absolutely something that I take so much importance in, basically. So please do that. And for those that want to stay here, hi. We just finished the one lord. We have been introduced to the other ones, so we're not too far from like any potential final. So you guys are right on time. Hi Donkey. Hello. Hi Gashi. Hi Nori. Hello. How evil the residents so far? So evil. My god, so evil. I don't know what they did to my baby.
If you truly wish to save your daughter, you must first gather the 4 flash.
She's literally a
I'll
crystal.
do you a personal favor. I've marked the Lord's locations on your map.
Thank you, Duke.
Some treasures still lurk in this village.
Oh no, yeah,
I'm
I've
sure
done everything.
Each one will prove of great use to you.
Thank you, Duke.
Why are you doing all this?
Why, it's all part of our first-class customer service.
First class. I've never been
Please
first
do
class.
come again soon.
I've never been first class. This feels amazing. But yeah, we just found out first that I have a daughter, and second that I can't keep a daughter, because I lost her just like 5 minutes into the game, and apparently she's now a crystal. So I don't know, man. It goes to show I'm not great at parenting, I guess. And the residents are evil. Yes, they absolutely are. This key won't fit. It's decorated for a 4-winged being. Isn't this a 4? Isn't this 4 then? Am I being lied to, chat? Do I really have to go say hi to the doll lady? Really? Really? I don't wanna. I actually don't wanna. Oh, unborn. I don't have that. Never mind. I see. Okay, there's a water wheel weapon and there's a Maestra's collection. Wait a second. I'm pretty sure I can't access this though. Because I'm pretty sure this guy said that he's in the Garden of the Benevientos, which is the doll lady. And then this, I haven't been able to open this entrance. So I guess let's go try finding a way to open it. And then we see about getting to the doll lady. The only thing I've heard about the doll lady is that she has a lot of like baby monsters, and that's why a lot of people hate it. I don't like anything to do with people. Babies scare the crap out of me, especially toddlers. Ooh, scared. So I'm not looking forward to that section, but I know she also likes dolls, and that's also the part that I'm not looking forward to. Basically, I don't like dolls. I have a very large fear of mannequins. Okay, I don't have a pick lock though. I think I used all of them. Also, now that I can't get over here, how the heck do I go back? I don't think I can. I think I need to do the drawbridge maybe. And I've gotten everything else, so alright, let's do the drawbridge and then maybe head over to the old lady. To the old little lady. Hello and good morning. Good morning. How's the game going? Pretty well. I feel like we spent way too much time in the village though, and not so much in with the other people. Like the lords, basically. I have not gone and said hi to any of them, except for like big ol' mommy. But she was so worth it, chat. She was so worth saying hi to. Can't use that here? Oh, okay. So we need a different thing. Never mind. I'ma leave. Ooh, sorry about the ads, chat. I'm so sorry. You'll get an item for that way later. So I see. Wait a second. Where's my... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That's not what I meant to do at all. Couldn't I get the unborn key? No, because this one is just a Mitrescu. This one is just iron insignia. And this one doesn't have the child yet, so... Alright, game. I guess I'll go say hi to Miss Little Old Lady. Although I should probably put away my stuff, but I don't see like an item box. Hey Duke, do you have an item box somewhere?
Shall I choose something? Yes, I have.
Cooking!
Find some quality ingredients and bring them to me.
I have everything. Literally have everything. Whatever you want, I have it. Okay, maybe not. I don't have finest fish. Fish meat, quality meat. I have not seen quality meat yet. Not juicy game either. Huh. Yeah, I guess I don't have enough for most of these, actually. Okay, wait. Herb fish, health slightly increases permanently. Okay, that's very good. Damage taken while guarding decreases permanently. That's also pretty good. I think I only have the room for one, right? Or both. Both. I can get both of them. Or I can get health increases permanently. This one. No, I can't. Because I don't have enough fish. I don't have enough fish. Okay. Wait, how? What?
Carry on. Thank you.
This one.
Now to cook.
Give me health. I needs it. Or else I'm gonna die.
Apologies for the wait.
Ooh.
Here's your share.
Herb fish. Yum. Oh, what?
I wouldn't mind having that again.
Wait, you're having it? I thought I was eating it. I thought that was my, like, eating sounds. I thought that was Ethan eating it. Imagine. Oh my god.
Thank you. Now
You
to
do as
cook.
well? Okay, I hydrate. Thank you for the hydration.
Here it is.
Bird
Please,
and beast
join me.
pilaf. Oh, I hate those crunching sounds. Stop.
I wouldn't mind having that again.
Stop. Okay, so I can either choose to put some of the meats into any of these, or... Ooh, I would have loved this. Movement speed. But health increase also sounds pretty pog. What is the difference between health increase permanently to health increase greatly increases permanently? So I feel like this one is more worth putting some into than just increases permanently. Oh, he's telling you to... Oh, okay, so I am eating then. But he's eating with me! Ooh, I don't know what to feel about that. I also don't have any upgrades to this handgun yet. Okay, that's fine.
Food is life.
The fourth one is better than the third one? Yeah. So I see. But, oh well. I think I'm gonna put all mine to the second one rather than the first one, because we might reach it. And I don't know if we'll be able to take it out after. But I'd rather risk it than not. Alright.
It's sure to be a good meal.
Oh, it is a good meal. Thank you. But I don't have an item box, do I? Not in the village. I guess only a save point, which sucks. Because I have too much things in my inventory. And I'd rather take them out before we head over here. Hello, spooky lady. Hello. Knock knock. Okay, a tomb. Love to see it. Oh, not the freaking dolls. Already love this. Ooh. Ooh. I'm scared, Chad. Hold me. Doll Lord is up next. I hate her. I hate her so much. If I do this, I know all of them are gonna fly away. But it's better for me to get one than none. Holy. Hate this with a passion. Okay, there's a crossroad, Chad. Which way do we go? Right or left? I get something if you kill 5 person. I think I've done it. I think so. Oh. Oh. The one thing I hate. Freaking mannequins. Okay, there's this. Like a little drawbridge. I don't know what's up here. Hello? Anything spooky up here? Oh, it just leads me back. Okay, cool. Just a loop-de-loop. Got it. In case I wanted to get out of here faster, I guess. This doesn't look like it'll hold. Yeah. Yeah. I had a feeling. It was like, I'm pretty sure that's gonna go down.
What?
Don't you do that to me. That's my wife. That's my wife. You're not allowed to do that. No illusions, please. Is that my baby? Oh my god, that's my baby.
Come with me. There's something I have to tell you.
Mia?
Oh, she gone.
What's going on?
That was short. I thought it would like keep going. Hello, wife, child. Where you guys at? I can't open this up. Okay.
Rose feels
Oh,
different.
hi.
Ethan, you have to fix her.
Yeah, no, well, I'm trying. I'm trying,
What the
wife.
hell is this?
Everyone leaves me. Even Rose.
I don't think Rose had much to say about it, girl. I don't think a baby had much to say about that decision. I think she was forced into it. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Good morning. Hello. Spooky grave with lights. Freed. Wait, what does that say? Sorry, wait. Freed from the binds of flesh, she now walks the valley of death. Wasn't that great?
Am I losing it?
Yes, yes, we are losing it. I'm losing it, okay? Give up your memories. Oh. Why do I have to give my only family photo? That sucks, man. Alright, here you go. Do you have access now?
What's going on?
I don't know why they wanted that, okay? I'm gonna be honest. I would not give up my memories like that. I would not give up my photographs like that. Did I go say hi? No. Alright, okay. Knock, knock. Hello. Hello, potatoes. Hello, hot sauce. How you doing? I'm pretty sure my chat is going to be very happy to see you alongside my roast itself. How you doing? How you doing? How are you? I'm good. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not good. Actually. Yeah, come with me, Ethan. I'd rather not. Thank you. Yeah. I'd rather not. Jesus, this elevator is taking its time. Oh, we're home. How far up the mountain is this? Can you describe what kind of creature is your VTuber? I'm a ducky. I love ducks, and yes, I just have a lot of stuff on my face, which are sticky notes of people. I wish I could show you the full model, but what are those stickers? People's names. Yes. I'm currently doing a little subathon. Ooh, this is pretty. I'm doing a little subathon, and the incentives, or one of the incentives, is like putting your name on my face. So we'd love to see it. How's Beneviento? Wait, didn't the garden master say he was guarding the garden? Isn't this the garden? I guess not. Hello. I'm just gonna head over here. It's fine. They're never gonna know. Although I hear a little. There you are. I was like, I hear wood creaking, but I'm pretty sure that's not the waterfall. Oh look, we can look inside. Chad, we can cheat. Cheats-a-ronies. Alright, chat. Memorize door. Got it. Memorize inside. Got it. Memorize way out. Yes. This looks like a painting. Holy. Okay. Hello? Knock, knock, knock. Anyone in this house? Really birdie those stickers. Thanks. I take pride in it. At first I thought creature is just part of your imagination. No. No, I am a ducky. I'm just not very well feathered, I guess. I'm more covered in notes than anything. But I don't like this. I don't like this. Alright, should we go say hi then? Because we can take, ooh, spooky pictures. I'm gonna go over here. Thanks. Oh, never mind. I can't go over here. The eyes are adorable. Thank you! It's my best feature. At this point, you're just a pile of sticky notes with eyes. Stop. You're so right, though. You're so right. Oh, I thought that was someone. I thought that was someone's shadows. I'm gonna be honest. That kind of got me. I was like, oh, they're waiting for me. Hello? I love that I can just venture in. Alright, locked. Got it. I won't say hi then. I won't steal whatever you have. Okay, I'm guessing we can't go that way. What is this? Oh, they like doing yarn things, and yes, yarn. I have a vinyl player. Hello. Oh, doll. Nope, 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 nope. Have you played this one before? No. No. I've only seen other people play it. I'm gonna be honest. So, I've not seen any parts of it. No, wait, sorry. I have seen parts of it, but it's been so long that honestly I can't remember anything. Back to the game. How would your heart let you break into someone's house? Honestly, it's pretty easy. When you've played all the Resident Evil games, you kind of like used to being in people's house. It's not very great. Oh.
You calm the fuck down!
Hi. Yes, I will calm down. No worries. I shall calm down. I wouldn't like it if someone were in my house, yes. But in Resident Evil games, it kind of just happens. Hey. Oh my god. You had so many guest rooms. It's crazy. It's about easy. It's about respecting others. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I wouldn't like it. And I'm pretty sure they are evil for that reason. Because they're like, why are you in my house? So, Resident Evil. Boom. Title screen. Right. That's how it goes. Norsk redeem? For a minute, yes. You can redeem it. We hit one of our goals to have more languages. So, yeah. I now have a button that you can redeem to hear me speaking Norwegian for a minute. or Spanish. I mean, up to you. The only thing about Norsk, though, is I don't have subtitles. So, I literally speak until I can't anymore, and then I try to translate it back, basically. Alright, wait, give me a second. I'm gonna turn on my alarm. Because I have an alarm for a minute, so that it doesn't go that far. And ja, ok. Da er vi på norsk. Ja, da skal vi se hva de har i huset da. Jeg liker ikke dette. jeg liker ikke dette. Jeg kan fortelle dere at jeg ikke liker dokker. Jeg liker ikke mannequins, så dette her huset er veldig creepy i min... jeg liker ikke de lydene heller. Ok. Hæ? Ok, ja, vent da. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal gjøre. Ok, det er en plante, men ja, ok, kult. Plante. We love plante, liksom. Ok, jeg har 2 dører, chat. Hvilken liker vi best? Den ene eller den andre? Fordi jeg liker ikke noen av den. Jeg kan fortelle dere det nå. Ja, ok. Så åpner vi alle tingene da. Så ser vi om det er noe. Oi da. Har det gått en minutt? Okay, it's been a minute. I'm sorry about that. I was just kind of exploring the house, being like, okay, I don't really like this. Aesthetic choice-wise, you would never find me having this many dolls. It's very creepy, and I also didn't understand this at all. This, whatever this plant is. Because I couldn't figure out how to examine it, basically. So I was like, what the heck? Can we sacrifice Kiwi? No, we cannot. Honestly, Kiwi has been great. Can I shoot this doll, do you think? Okay, never mind. Dolls are invincible. Got it. I was also saying that I saw 2 doors, and then I was like, which door do I take? The door back or the door ahead? Oh no, chat. I don't like this. I don't like this. I swear to God. Why is it so dilapidated? Why is it so worn out? You know? What's the timer for? So technically it was the timer for me to find out. Oh, this is locked. It was initially the timer of how long it would take me to play through all the games for Resident Evil. But then it turned out that it was counting the time that I was also outside of stream. So it's not true to life. And we just kind of stuck to it. We were just kind of counting down time. So now I'm stuck with this huge timer for no reason. That's my Subathon timer. It's counting down instead of up. But I think we'll reach the end of it, like the end of all the Resident Evil games before the timer is up. And then after that, I think we're going to do some of the Subathon goals, because we have some of the goals are like play this like rage baity game, do a food review outside, like take you guys on the city, doing IRL streams, as well as like a Spanish Urbana stream, a karaoke stream, a 24-hour stream. So like there's a lot of different things in between. And I think by the time that we finish all those goals, I think the timer will have already gone down quite a lot. So let's hope we can finish all of it during all the timer stuff, you know. Hello. You know, it's very spooky, yes. But I feel like there's not enough spooks. Like there's not enough zombies for my taste, if that makes any sense. Alkaloids of mountainous plants. Wow. I didn't need to know about alkaloids in mountainous plants, but hey, here we are. Hey, who threw it? Who threw it? Who threw those bread? Why didn't anyone warn me? I would have loved to eat one up. So, what's the deal though? Like, normally when you're playing Resident Evil games, I feel like there's always like files or like more plot and lore, and I haven't seen anything in this house yet. So I'm like, okay, when are things starting then? Like, Or does it have to become spooky for me to really like see all the action, I guess? To really get all the lore pieces. Okay, cool. Just endless hallways, large hallways, no lore, nothing. Just me, myself, and I guess. Hello? Okay, never mind. I'm throwing bread at her, but not with the first part. Not tormenting. You don't like tormenting. Feels bad. Oh, here we go. I guess people just go through all these hallways without checking things, but not me. Hey, isn't this her? Chad, isn't that her? Or is that her mannequin? Oh my god. I also don't love that there's so many like mannequin parts. I don't like this. I'm creeped. I'm not gonna grab that. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I can show you that every streamer is a loot goblin like yourself. Okay, so there's all other people that like try to go through all of this, right? That's just me. Because then I would have felt a little silly that I'm taking my time like scooching around all the room and basically like trying to find if every drawer has like something, but no. This game literally said no, get to the point. Alright, cool.
I've been waiting for so long.
Okay.
I'd make a much better daughter than Rose. Please, won't you stay with me? Forever?
Forever? I don't think so.
What?
I don't...
Wait, where's my
shit.
gun?
I don't have a gun! Oh, this sucks, man. Oh, this sucks. Wait, what? Look at this. I'm looking. What is that? What is the emote? Excuse me? Not the pregnant Godzilla. What? That's one of the most awful things that a streamer can do to their viewers. It's frustrating most of the time and time-consuming. Shut. I like exploring, okay? Okay, so I need an item to get in there. Oh, Shiblar.
A doll of Mia?
Wait, that's what I did to her. Oh, I don't want to do this. Nope, that's not quite it. Wait, okay, wait. What am I even looking at? That's what I'm saying. What? Oh, I can only move it this one way. Chat. Maybe I can move the other eye? No. What? Eh? Am I stupid? Can I move this further? I don't think I can. No. This is how... That's as much as I can do. Just so you're not getting every piece of loot, there's... won't make you better, and once you finish you'll feel somewhat wasted. No, it's fine. What am I trying to find? What? Remove? Why am I removing her? Oh. Oh, Shiba. Yeah.
Whoa, that's a kid. Can you believe it? She's
Oh my god.
it's crazy.
This is Mia. But how did they get these recordings? Speaking of tormenting, I'm sorry. Okay, so I need another thing. Got it. Looks like something could fit in the depression. Got it. Got it, game. Got it. I found her cake, not that. No. Water. Ooh, clean water. But yeah, it looks like she was a doctor before anything, right? Because, I mean, clean water, kind of a lab setting. Okay, but, like, I can't do anything with this yet. Right, water, yes. No! Wrong water. That's not water. What the heck? What does this feel like they want me to hide? What the hell Godzilla carrying? I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. What is Godzilla doing? I don't get it. Okay, I guess we're trying to get out of here. So I think we need to examine this lock. Okay. Numbers. Got it. Last time I struggled with the numbers. I wish we could just stop running water. Please. I don't want to go piss girl. I'd rather not. Also, they kept this from Resident Evil 7. I see it. Methylo. Powdered methylo. What am I meant to do? I can't grab anything, can I? In this game, like, live in it. Yeah. No running water. No food. During a day. What the heck? I don't know what I meant to do, chat. Everything is locked. I can't grab the water. I don't know what I'm meant to do. Maybe... Oh, I forgot to examine. Okay. Oh, never mind. Bandages to cut. Tough. You need something to cut them. Got it. Oh, I forgot the mouth. I see it. I see. Hello. Open your mouth, sesame. There's something in its mouth, but you need some kind of tool to get it. Okay. So we need a knife and like a forceps. She had a ring. Give me that ring. Give me the ring. Give me the ring. This is me trying to take off my ring, by the way. Blood cover ring. Okay. Did she give you the permission? She did not give me permission, no. I feel like I don't know what I'm doing with this doll, chat. I don't like this. This feels too sensual. Like, I'm sorry, doll. All the ads. I'm sorry. I don't like that I'm in cinematic mode, too. Why name key found inside a doll's leg? It looks familiar. What do you mean, looks familiar? What the heck? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I'll wait until ads are over. Anyway, non-adders. Feel free to subscribe. No, I'm kidding. Feel free to gift a sub to all the known subs, you know. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not that shameless. What are we feeling? For those that are watching in mobile and you are here right now and you aren't lurking, does the setup for this work? Like, do you guys like seeing this much of the screen, or would you guys rather I do something like this way? I can show you guys. I could show you guys the full game screen instead, because right now you're seeing only the portion of the game screen. You're not really seeing much. I can make it smaller, I can make it bigger. You know, like I can make it this way and then make myself bigger, but I don't know. Nira, did you know that Chipotle honey chicken is back? Simply this summer with fresh... Not the ad. Not the ad for Chipotle. Honestly, I've never had Chipotle chicken. I've only ever had the... What's it called? The ground beef, the carnitas? No, what is it called? I don't remember what it was called. And and the sofritos, like the peppers. So I've never had the chicken at Chipotle, and that was when I lived in Canada still. So I don't know if it like is better or worse than the US Chipotle. I couldn't tell you if I tried, because I've never been to a US based one. So wait, why can I still examine her arm? Oh. A Canadian? Stop it. Oh, there it is. Oh, it looks like eyes. I didn't need to look at that. But yeah, I used to live in Canada for a little bit. I didn't mean to set it down. Ethan, pick it up again. Anything I do is like putting it back down. I swear to God, this man's. I click, he puts it back down. I'm back fully. Welcome back. I'm sorry you had to go through ad hell. I was trying to delay as much as possible. Why are all my favorite VTubers secretly Canadian? I'm not Canadian. I'm not. This is not true. I did live in Canada for a little bit. Yes. I did attend the university there too. So, because I wanted to study in a English speaking place and not a Norwegian place. But then Australia was very far away. UK had some mandatory like recommendation letters that you needed to fill out and such, and I was way out of the due date. And the US was not it for me. Like, I didn't really love the US back then either. As a place that I wanted to like stay in necessarily. Because I already been living in the US for a little bit, like when I went to high school. So like I knew the US was not meant for me because I don't know how to drive either. So so it turns out Canada was the only in between of all of those if I didn't want to stay in the UK, which honestly I'm okay with, because I feel like the UK changed a lot during all of those times. A lot with their policies for students. Like, they made it way difficult to stay for students graduating, basically. And I would have probably fallen in love with that to the point that I would not be able to afford to stay, basically. Wait, what? Yeah. Because this is the eye symbol. We're still missing that, though. Do we don't like Canada? Why not? I mean, Canada also had the same issue where they made it hard for graduating students to get a job and stay with the visa, but they didn't make it as hard as I've seen UK made it. So, although gracious that I didn't stay, because everything is kind of far away no matter what, and I depended on like, what's it called? I depended on transportation, on public transportation more than anything, because I don't know how to drive. I think the UK would have been more friendly for me. Not that there's something wrong with its people. What? Too much for the heart. I get it. I think for me the people were okay. Except I didn't live in the downtown area, so like I don't know. Maybe I just was living in the wrong place. But apparently a lot of people that lived in downtown had a lot of issues with things happening there, like the random stabbings, the random setting people on fire. Like, yes, that does happen. But I feel like a lot of other places have the same issue anyway. You just have to be careful. Quebec? No. I lived in the Ontario area, but that's it. But not in Toronto, not downtown Toronto. Have you been to France? I have been to France, to Paris, and I know Paris is not the greatest like thing to give first impressions on what France looks like. I do want to go to Nice and Marseille because I do have friends over there. But I don't know. I've never really had time to travel to France. If anything, my family has always made accommodations over in Spain or other like countries that like are new to us entirely. Like Germany, we went there once. We went to Austria once through like the train. I don't know what I meant to do. Because, okay, I see her eye. That's one thing. I see that she had the 3 eyes. I can't examine her torso or her chest area because I don't have a knife. I have a ring of some sort. I can't do whatever she has inside her mouth because I don't have forceps. If you did, then you'll understand what I mean. It's the mentality they share. Oh no, I know French people's mentality. I used to have a roommate that was French back in the days. This one has an eagle. Hospitality, yes. I used to have a roommate that was French, and I used to have a roommate that was a German as well, and a Swiss. So we were all European basically. And I noticed like the different things that they used to have, the like different qualities of, I guess, because I coming from a Nordic country, I have my like way of being that might come out as a little bit cold, but at the same time I'm Latin, so like I'm cold but I'm warm at the same time with people. Like I have my like I want to have space mentality, but at the same time I'm like, here's a hug. Speaking of France, I found a whole liter and a half of Cabernet. Ooh, just chilling in the Walmart parking. Wait, you trusted that though? I don't know if I would trust that. I don't know if I would trust the Cabernet just sitting in the parking lot. I think I have more reserves than that. I think I would be like, okay, what have they done? It was sealed. Okay, cool. Still though, I feel like they're, as long as it's like sealed with a like a good cork and there's no way to like open the cork or like contaminate whatever's inside of it, it tasted fine. Okay, cool. Be careful though. Don't trust it always. I am worried. Are they meant to be like open wide? It had a metal lid. I think I trust less metal lid than I do like a cork. But that's me. I don't know. I'm weird like that. If you visit a French person, they treat you the same way someone that's been living with them since forever and can't wait to get rid of. No, I'm not dead yet. That's not the point, Kiwi. It's not about the dead yet. I don't know what I'm meant to do with the ring. Chat, do you know what I'm meant to do with the ring? Like, I can't put it back into it. Eh? Oh, I can examine this. Cool. Oh no. It's definitely a bird. I just don't know what the bird looks like. I actually didn't look. I can imagine it. It's just a bird, I guess. But like it has its... It's not like fully flying. Actually, it's upside down. I think it is upside down. And then these are all 3 closed eyes, but what does it have in the middle? Kind of like a crest of some sort, or like like one of those like balance thingies. Where you can balance something, like coins or whatever. Scales. That. You told me you play this many times and I want to do my heart. No. I did not. I have not played this many times. No, I have not. Oh no, I don't remember if it's left or right. Do you have the ring? Yes, I have the ring. Is it this one? I think it's this one. I have the ring. The wedding ring, yes. And I have cleaned it. But I don't know what I'm meant to do with this. Am I meant to put it in here? No. I don't know what I'm meant to do. I'm stuck. Examination maybe? Yeah, but I looked at it. I looked at it and I couldn't adjust the positioning of it. I could just look at the diamond. I don't know why I'm stuck like this. Let me see. No, this just moves it up and down. This moves it this way. Oh, there we go. I'm dumb. 05, 29, 11. Oh, that's the way out, isn't it? The potato. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I know how to read. Okay. Kind of, not really. And then I don't remember. I don't have great memory. Okay, wait. 05, 29, 11. My bad. Okay. I thought it was 09, 11. There we go. Get me out of here. I didn't think otherwise, but apparently you don't know how to examine things. No, I do not. Apparently. Hey. I guess they're inviting me in. Hi. Hey. I'm gonna take this as an invitation. Anything in here? No. Okay, just another hiding room, I guess. Oh no, will I have to hide?
Why is this here?
Uh-oh. Swap cylinders. Oh, I see, I see, I see. No, that doesn't feel right. Okay, these two are meant to be together. But are these? No, 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 no. What is it? No. This one back. No, it's meant to scale up, isn't it? You got this, dear. Just believe in yourself and stop being a wet blue goblin. Ah, they clocked me. Wait. Yeah, no, this indentation is far too high. Play. We won't play something's not right. Okay, cool. Got it. What if... Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay, never mind. Don't look, chat. I'm just making a fool out of myself. Don't look. I'm not having this one right. This one, and this one. No, that's also not right. Okay, what about this one? Then it ended in no. This one has to be the end point. Like that. No, I put this backwards again. Have I? No. Being a Luke Goblin makes you impatient and lose all your brain cells. That's true. That is true. I have that problem where I'm like, oh, chat. Like right now I'm not doing great. Okay, but this one doesn't make any sense. Like this? Yes. Third time's the charm. I hate that there's so many like hidden areas, chat. Like, do they want me to hide next? Is that what they're training me for? What's the power of 300 IQ? No, I don't think I have that. I'll be on it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, open up. Let me see. Open up. I got tweezers now. Film. Oh no. Yes? What is it?
Oh God, no. I can't do Ethan. Anything but this.
Tweezers. You like tweezers? I think you meant tweezers, right? Oh, I'm a jokester. Oh, my wife. Wife, come back to me. You know, if I actually saw hallucinations of people, I wouldn't run towards them. I would actually run away from them, I think. What is this? Doesn't fit this lock. Okay, cool. I can't go back. I gotta bounce. It was fun chatting with you. You're nice personality. Thank you. Come back anytime. Anytime. I'm sorry about my Luke Goblin tendencies. Okay, here we go. Our happy family. Rose's bestest friend in the whole wide world. She really likes this fairy tale. The most important thing in the world to us. A wedding gift from Grandma. Proof of Ethan's everlasting love for me. Okay, so her bestest friend is obviously this. This one. I cannot believe I did that. Stop being a little goblin. Kiwi, stop it. Well. Okay. The fairy tale was next. And then the most important thing in the world to us, a wedding gift from Grandma, proof of Ethan's everlasting love. Proof of Ethan's everlasting love is this. Okay, pray. Deep dark. We'd love to see it. Yes. Yes, sir. Oh my god, it's gonna be 7 days. 7 days. This is literally the well. Okay, basin. Got it. That's where my child was. Going up the stairs. Yeah, we got over here. The well. Where Sadako is gonna come from. We're just gonna be like 7 days. got it. Wow, chat, I feel like the game really wants me to go through here. I guess I got no Oh, Jesus. Okay, never mind. I was gonna joke a little bit more, but this really creeps me out. This really creeps me the heck out. Yeah, no, I don't like this. I don't like this. Is the phone gonna ring now? Bling, 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 bling. Oh, line's dead. Actually, no, line is not dead. That just means we can still call the ambulance. We still can call people. It just means that it's busy. Okay, there it is. I freaking knew it. I freaking knew it. Hydrate.
Listen to me. I didn't want to keep it from you.
Hi, Jax.
I didn't want to lose you again. I didn't want to destroy this family.
Mia, what are you talking about?
Said she never.
I love you both so much. I had to.
What did you have to do?
To do it.
What you had to do? Tell me. Hello? Moshi mosh. Oh, sorry. Maybe I can unlock this. Oh, it just leads back. Who the heck was that? Hello? Oh, okay. I'm creeped out. I'm creeped the heck out. Oh, I didn't want to do that, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I'm really taking everything from this poor mannequin, hey? Uh-oh. Is this real Mia? Not fake Mia? How are they getting these recordings? That's what I want to know. Are they taking this from real Mia, or like did they put like cameras inside our house? Rose right now, she is Ash Baby. Yes. Yes, she is indeed Ash Baby. Okay, so obviously I have something wrong. I think it's this. Oh, yummy! A cave! Secret tunnel, through the mountains, in the well. Okay. Anything aside from the well, or like is it just the well? The basin, yes. Aside from the basin. Wait, is it called a basinette? Or is it basin? Basin? I don't know. I don't know English enough for this. You found the poo room? No way. Is this really leading to the sewers? I swear to God. Breaker box key. Breaker box key? Is this for the elevator? Got it. Uh-oh. Ain't no way. Ain't no way there's a baby right now. I'm gonna go. Bye. I don't like children that much. I barely liked Rose. You know, I'm going. Bye-bye. I can't take care of another I can't take care of another child. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Anyway. Save one whenever we can. Uh-huh.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Okay, cool.
It'll be fine.
Sure.
Fine.
Uh-huh. Okay, cool. Great message, honey. Great message. Well, I'm guessing from the giant blood stain in the middle and our, giant mannequin gone. The game wants me to go this way, so this way we go. Hello, bloodstain. Sorry, I meant. Oh. Hey, dude. Okay, never mind. Goodbye, dude. I'm just gonna go this way. Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, baby. Hey, I'm not mama. No. I'm not mama. No. I'm not mama. Yeah. Please, I don't have time. Please go. Please go. Looks like the power is out. Uh-oh. Relief of a child. Relief found inside the elevator hallway breaker. It looks like a child. Yeah, well, I see that. Yeah. Can the baby even get in here? Babu, can you move? Thank you, Babu. All I can really think is that I need to go where the Babu is right now, and I need the Babu to move. Babu, can you move? Thanks, Babu. Aw, she's here. Hello. Okay, back to where we started, basically. Oh, look, it's the kitchens. Chat, what are we making up today? Okay, chat, welcome to my house. We're making bread today. We're making biscuits. Let me just clean my pots before we go. I actually don't have any other ingredients. I barely even have flour. Alright, wait. We're gonna wait for those ads to run before we go anywhere. So I don't want anyone to miss out, you know? I'm that great. I'm that wholesome. Also, stab it. I'm not about to stab a baby. Oh, hello, Max. Hello. Okay, wait, give me a second. How you doing? Okay, let me put the timer on. Så, hei. Velkommen, everyone. Hvordan går det? Nei, ikke så veldig bra. Vi så en kjempestor baby. Den var ikke så veldig fin, egentlig. Den var veldig stor. Jeg tror ikke jeg vil se moren i det hele tatt. Jeg tror moren kan bare bli. Og så ved siden av det så liker jeg jo ikke babies, så det er jo bare kjempeflott at det er en kjempestor en. Så ja, nå er vi i kjøkkenet, og jeg føler kjøkkenet er jo veldig fin plass å være. Jeg tror ikke jeg vil bevege meg heller. Jeg tror jeg blir, Ja, det er bare godt plass å bare lage brød, vet du. En liten brødskive, ikke så veldig dårlig. Oh shit. There goes my 1 minute. Basically, hi everyone. Hello, Max. How you doing? I don't really love that there's a giant baby, but you know what? I'd rather not see the mother if that's the baby that came out of her. Also, I'd rather stay in the kitchen because I feel like it was very safe. This doesn't feel very safe now, innit? No, it does not. I don't think I want to play hide and seek with it either. I don't know why they keep having nothing in the closets. Duck hair pack. Okay. I might have to go piss girl soon. I'm gonna be honest. With the way I've been hydrating. All you can eat is back at Applebee's. No! Is that the ad you got? The Applebee's ad. I've also never been to Applebee's. This is so unfair. I've never been to Applebee's. I've never been to freaking Olive Garden. I've just never been. Hey. What the heck is going on? Why is there so much ruckus? Oh, Jesus. Okay, bye. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah. I don't want to play with you. I'd rather not. I'm just gonna stay in here. Yeah. Close that door. I guess we're playing hide and seek now. This is not how I thought I would spend my day. Oh, it's crying again. Oh, it's right there. You can't see me, so now it's crying. Oh, you thought you were gonna get a free meal? This is not Applebee's, sir. This is not Chili's either. No. No giant babu dinner. No. Bad baby. We're not free meal. Ain't no way. Although I feel like I wasted my time now. I'm gonna be real. Hi, Remy. Remy, is this how it feels to have a baby? Oh shit, sorry, my bad. Sorry. I guess I can crawl under. Oh, this is a baby's head. Yes. Oh, okay. Cool. I guess now we know how Wormy feels. Wormy, is your babu also drooling all over the floor with jam? I feel like we need to clean up this baby. I'm just saying. Just really hiding in corners and places so you can eat Doritos in pieces are a rite of passage. Okay. I don't know where the baby is. Babu! Okay. Cool. I literally don't know where the babu is. I mean, guessing out of the fetal whatever thing is on the floor. That seems like more like your baby problem. Ain't no way. No way it's my problem. Please, fuse. Oh, Jesus Christ. Gotta go. Bye, baby. Oh, she-boy. Okay. Hi. Because you're gonna play hide and seek, huh? Go, 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 go. Bye, Babu. No, no. No. Bye, Babu. Mine never leaked like this. Oh, man. You say my Babu is stinky? Aw, sheep bar. We're back. Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, so we can't say hi to her. Alright, go insane in there. Or something, I don't know. Oh, why is there more dolls in here than when I came in from?
Don't leave. I can't let you.
Why not?
You're still alive, huh?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh my god, is this Andy's toys?
TikTok. Your life song alive.
Wait!
Well, I'd rather not.
Try and find me.
Oh, we're playing hide and seek now. Okay, cool. I can do that. I can play hide and seek. I'm pretty professional at it, actually. Found you. Ow! Hey, no biting.
If Rose wasn't born.
Fucking monster.
I know you're amazingly jealous. Okay, so we go find her again. Come on. Where's she at? Come back. Uh-oh. Do I hear Babu again? Hey, dude. Where's she at? Bro. She made me go the long way? Brother. Okay, I hear you. Where? There. Come here. Stop being jealous. That's not a very good look to you.
You do this to Rose too.
Oh, no, no, no. Rose is my angel. I would never. I have a feeling she's gonna be downstairs again. Come here. Come here, lady. Okay, not in here. Got it. I did hear that, though. You're in here.
You're never going to get out of here.
Well, you're not going alive either. Stay down.
Idiot. What are you doing to my cute friends?
Friends? No, no, no. Just you. Just you. And that was my revenge on all of them. Oh shit, that was her.
It's over.
Wait, easiest place. Wait, super easy. What the flip? I expected more of a fight.
I'll make things right. What?
Eh? Oh.
Good. I need to get out of this
My
place.
babu. My babu chat. What? Oh. Yes. Nice.
So that's who was behind all this?
Got no strings, defeat Donna and Angie. Let's go. Yeah, literally the roast chunk. This was not. What the heck? Am I winning, son? I mean, I guess I won. I guess. The only thing that it didn't make sense to me was the fact that everything was kind of like easy. Aside from like the creepy doll section, I guess. And like aside from like all the what's it called? The baby section. I don't think this one was so bad. I think I made it worse. I'll be honest, for myself. Because I was very like, oh, she's gonna come out of there. Oh, she's gonna come bite my butt or whatever. So I heard from Bean you killed Dommy Mommy. How could you do that to a bro? I'm sorry. Hey, I didn't kill all the big mommy of the all the mommies, you know. Should have tapped it faster. That's crazy. Also, I still don't have my guns. Do I? I do have my guns. Cool. I guess we can one-shot the baby, I guess. The big baby. Wait, this place really had nothing. Nothing loot, nothing lore. No big boss fight. Nada. Mommy? No mommy? Oh, I can grab Angie. Oh, worth. So much worth. Oh, okay, but everything is locked. Okay, cool. Devs don't want me to go back. They're like, don't go for the baby. Let's just here for the creep factor. I guess. Yeah. Seasons are my thing. I know they are. Wormy. That's wickedly. That's wickedly so. Alright, let's get out of here. I don't want to see that baby ever again. Not ever again. Hey, they removed the thing. I guess someone really did take care of the garden, hey? They were like, ah, these kids doing graffiti on elevators? SMH. The cleanup crew or whatever. Hi, Ragnar. Hello. How you doing? How's your day been? Let's get out of here. Now it's dark again. Hey, but this is not lighting up again. I guess I could put... What do we even put? Aw, she-bar. Does this mean I didn't look hard enough? Ain't no way. I looked everywhere. There's no way I missed out on this. This is not it. An Angie? No, I think she's only a sellable piece. You can come back later. Okay, cool. No, but I thought I would be in the house at least, you know? Gamble half. No, I think you need to do 50%. There is no half. There's just 50%. What is that? Oh, ammo. I was like, what is that? New weapon? No. Well, something went wrong in here. Obviously. Oh. Ah, you guys are new. Oh my god, you guys take 3 shots to kill? That's a little sad. Okay, 5, never mind. You guys are kind of expensive. Gamble. Oh no. Don't make my same mistake of hunting the animals. You can make meals. Oh, shit. I've already hunted all the animals, but I didn't sell them. No, I didn't sell them. I did hunt them, and I have made a meal. 2 meals actually, but I've not. Oh shit. Oh my bad. Oh, okay, never mind. This house is surrounded now. Got it. Where did they even come from? Oh, new gun. Where did they? Oh, right there. Jesus. Anyway. Yeah. I know you want a piece of me. Anyway. I love the shotguns. I love the shotguns. They're so fun. Literally, you cannot have any more fun with the shotguns. They literally do too much damage. And it's always fun to use them. What I was gonna say is I have not sold any of the meats because I knew about the meals. That much I remembered, but then I didn't know when it was that the Duke was gonna offer it. So I was like, wait, I have meat all this time, and like the Duke didn't give me the option to make the things until I unlocked whatever this is, like the Beneviento house. So Sun and Moon balls? Oh my god, balls, chat. It's your balls. Oh my god, there's been grave robbers. Here's a game with only one bonus for health. Oof. Oof. That sounds horrible. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Was that it? No, there's obviously something else. Oh no, that's a grave. Sorry. My bad. Balls? Oh shit. Speaking of balls. No, buddy. No. No. I guess someone didn't have the balls to come out of the ground. God dang. Ooh, wait, little well? What's in the well? No whammies. The head. Okay, what do I feel like I'm gonna get attacked again? Like inside this house again. Anything in the toilets? A photo of a strange bird. Oh, it's a blue bird. I love blue birds. Blue birds in the dead of night. Hello. Ooh, I can use this ball. Chat, say bye to the ball. First I had a ball, now... Oh! Damn. I wish I could cheat it. Oh! Go! Go! Whew. We made it. That's all the sounds that I make when I gamble. I'm like, go! If you hear those sounds, you know Nira is gambling. Yes, sir! Congrats on putting your ball in. I love the putting my ball in. Oh, damn. Oh, my birthday. Chat, that's my birthday. Wait, okay, let me do something, chat. Give me a second. I'm gonna adjust this screen a tad. So I think mobile users are not gonna be able to read whatever this is. November 10th. Mr. Sana is now Mother Miranda's adopted daughter. In all my years, I've never been this overjoyed. Ever since childhood, she has always feared others due to the scar across her face. After her parents' death, she locked herself away and would only talk to Angie. the doll her father made her. I am forever thankful to Mother Miranda's infinite compassion. November 27th. Mistress Donna seems happy. It might be my imagination, but I feel like her doll, Angie, is even more lively than before. She came to me in the garden today and used Angie to talk with me. We had a mighty fine conversation. Something about receiving a gift of power from Mother. November 29th. Mr. Donna gave me yellow flowers and told me to plant them in the garden. I planted them in front of Miss Claudia's grave. I don't know if it was the scent of the flowers, but I felt lightheaded. Then, like a dream, I saw my departed wife. I mentioned this to Donna and she seems thrilled by it. She told me to go to the house tomorrow and see her. She said I could see my family once more. I'm not sure what she meant by that, but she's so kind. Oh my god. So he was one of the first victims then. Or this person is the first victim. Also, the yellow flowers. This reminds me a lot of Resident Evil 5 and 6 with the flowers. And I know it comes back. I know that's the part of the lore that ties it all back to all the Resident Evil games. But what is the connection? What is the connection, and like why are they surviving here rather than where everywhere else was basically planted? Right? Like, how is the plant surviving the cold weather of wherever we are? And why was it struggling to take part in the US a lot? Are we back? Okay, take care, Kiwi. No worries, no worries. Thank you for the pats. I appreciate it. You guys are so nice. Yeah. I hear the thingies. I hear baddies. I can't be ours though. Yeah. Ooh. Give me this. Hi, dude. Bye, dude. Okay. Can I go through? Really, mother trucker? They never learn. Hello, Duke. I'm back. Oh my god, you have a doll.
Familiar to you?
Well, yes. Yes, it does.
I've procured some new items for you.
Where did you get those
Winters.
dolls? I have Angie if you want it. I have quality meat. What was this? Where did I get this? White pigs. I didn't know I had that. That's a news to me. Oh shit, sorry. Okay. We'll sell this.
Miss Angie. Just adorable. Porcelain dolls are very popular, you know.
Popular? Ain't no way.
Do let me know if you've...
I don't know about popular, my dude. That much? I feel like I would not. I would not.
Find anything else of value? Welcome, Ethan.
Hello.
Ooh, where did you get your hands on such a thing?
Well, you had one. You had one in your hand. I don't know what you're talking about. 2 different shotguns. Okay, wait. What is the difference between this one and the other one? 760, 1.6, 274. 720, so even with all the upgrades, this shotgun would not be better than the other one. 1.5 rate speed, which 1.6 is not too bad. 2.8 versus 2.7, so this one is faster. Ammo capacity 7 versus 4. Honestly, this one is just much better than the one that I have already. And I would upgrade it, yes. As well as the shotgun speed and the ammo capacity. This one, I'm gonna do reload. This is one that
It's
that
fine.
gets me.
All finished.
I guess everything else about this gun is fine.
I've procured some new items for you, Mr. Winters.
What is these new items that you have for me, Mr. Duke? Flashbangs, mines, explosive rounds. I would love explosive rounds, actually.
Yes, I can see why you'd be interested in that.
Sniper rifle ammo, I have that. Pipe bombs, I have that. Mines, I have that. Customizable parts for a handgun. Or for the tac. Which one is the tac again? Is that my new gun? Yes, that is a new shotgun. Reduces recoil. Reduces recoil. And then the sniper parts, which I don't really need. I think I'm fine. I would love recoil though.
Excellent.
And then this one for my other gun. Now that I'm using that one more.
The cash on hand.
I still don't have
This is
enough
all an
for the rest. Hi, Kuducky. Hello. How we doing? The new Twitch mobile update is terrible. Really? Really think it's terrible? Really? I kind of fixed it all, you know. I kind of tried fixing it as much as I could. But if you think it's terrible, I mean, I can't really do anything about it. It's not yet Switch. Okay, cool.
Carry on.
I won't take it to heart then.
I can hardly wait for the next ingredients.
I can't wait either, honestly. But yeah, I tried saving it as much as possible. But I understand mobile is it's just sucky altogether. But yeah, I tried placing myself as best as I could. Legs? Oh no. So we have head and legs? That's crazy. Now that I'm an ad, I might as well give Nira a chat an ad too. No! Don't give me an ad. I don't need an ad. What is her number before you? No! MMR or RPG. That's crazy of you. Wait a second. Will I not get any more meats? Is this like the only meats that I will have? That I will find? How would do that? Cool. Thank you. Eh? Is there baddies again? Did they respawn? I don't think so, right? Did they respawn? Oh my god, they did. No, actually, those are new people. There's always is. I mean, I thought they wouldn't respawn, you know. At least if not the Lycans that are respawning. Did they come back? I hope not. Established base and church, and that's it. They haven't done anything else. Did you hear the news? I did not hear the news. What is this news? What are we talking about? What are we hearing? What is new? Huh. Yeah, I did hear that. Congratulations, a celebration. You graduated. He's so educated. Oh my god, let's go. Congratulations and celebrations. I wish I was there to see it. I did see that Ravi was invited, so I was like, Coda didn't trust me enough, I guess. No, I'm kidding. Did you see what Dicey, Poppy, Rav, and Dark Horse did on the YouTube live stream for my school? No, because I didn't even know there was a live stream. You sent the link publicly. I didn't see. I saw the notification where Rav was talking about seeing your grad live stream, and I was like, where is it? Where are you? You know, but I didn't see the link, and that's on me. Honestly, send the link again, and I will watch it if it's still live. And I will go through all the names. I don't care. Just to see the chat replay or something. Oh, they have a clip of it? Okay, cool. Perfect. Because I know I invited Rav for my graduation whenever I graduated out of university. Because they were one of my closest friends. My bear boss. But I missed out on giving the link to more people, and I missed out on giving the links to you guys, so I feel like, oh, I'm sorry. I did wrong on you guys. I'm sorry. I have a screenshot of what they did in chat for the school to disable the chat. Oh no, they had to disable it. Oh lord. I mean, I can imagine what they would say if that's so. That's a little funny though. That's a tad funny though. They wouldn't be our friends without doing that. Send the DMs. Thank you. The screenshots. I appreciate it. Alright, oh no. I'm gonna check it out after stream. For sure. Man, I wish I was there to see the live stream live. But that's on me. Honestly, that's my issue, not yours in any part. Where was the thing again? Was it in here? No, this was the other house. Oh, I have to go through here. But yeah, how are you feeling now that you don't have any studies? Hey, welcome to the graduated but no prospects. Hey, oh, what the fuck? Who is that guy? Oh, bad. Bad. Come back here. What is he doing? Bad. Okay, no wait. Oh. Come back here. What the heck? Am I not doing any damage to this guy? This is so bullshit. This is so bullshit. I'm literally wasting all my ammo on you, sir. Am I not meant to take you on? Ah, wait, I remember now. You were the guy that had things on your back. Oh, I'm a dumbass. Right. This was the guy that had things in his back. Hey, dude. No. Can I look at your back, sir? Can I look at your back? Sir! Okay, you know what? I'm not having it. You're literally the worst, man. He doesn't want to show me his back. I mean, I wouldn't either, but whatever. I don't know where that leads. Hey, dude. Can you leave me the fuck alone? Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm cursing, but whatever. He's annoying. Can you leave? Thanks. I'll grab that. Bye. Bye, dudes. Okay, so I did everything wrong by coming here and starting shooting. Holy sheep. Thank you. Shall we take that one again? I think we're gonna restart that one. I think we're gonna restart that one. Because I used way too many shotguns before I realized that it was not doing anything. Ay, 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 ay. I want all my shotgun bullets back. I don't know where this led me though. Like, how far are we in the story? This is locked again. Uh-oh. From where did I restart? Chat, where did I restart from? This is my last save. Did I not save coming out of the house? No, I did. What? Okay, wait. 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 Load game. This is the autosave. No, this is after I've done all the things with the altar. I've done everything with the Duke. I don't get it. I don't get it. How far back is this safe? Not far at all. Yeah, this is with the Duke. This is after I did all your selling.
Yes.
You know, I did all my selling.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. And then I went to the church. Then I was like, hey, Chaya, blah, 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 blah. Right. Now it's open. Okay. I don't know where the reset set me. This is when I was talking about the graduation, too. Okay. And then I went inside the church because I was like, is there nothing new in here? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, no, nothing new in here. Where was that one wheel, though? No, I guess I didn't do anything else from that. I just kind of went on my way. Let's lockpick this place first. Because I do have a lockpick. But I've forgotten entirely to do it. Wait, where is it again? There. weird. It's weird not having anything to do. Honestly, yeah, I get that. But now that you have free time, now is the hard part. It's like trying to balance having a free time but also doing something productive. So my dad was like, get on immediately job searching, get on immediately doing this and that. But like, I don't know. I feel like you have to also kind of like take your time, take the summer a little bit like easy, and like still have fun with life, I guess. Because let's be honest, right after graduation is when it gets hard. Like you have to find your own path again. While not having like student resources again. That's what I found hard, was not having student resources to back me up, because I moved the countries, so I didn't have whatever I had in the university at all. I mean, you might. You do live in the same town, and I mean, it's up to you if you want to move as well. I will say though, you get more prospects and such if you are living in the same town as the university that you graduated out of from. So that's something to think about. But don't be like stuck in like, oh, okay, I won't get any prospects outside. No. You can still find stuff to do outside of where you came from, basically. Like with me, it's a little complicated because yes, I did live in the same town, so like I know it well enough. But having the experience of being outside and like seeing new things and living a new like place and having another experience basically was very worth it after graduating, because you don't have that much like to worry about. Hi Naki. Hello. Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Oh, there you are. I was like, I hadn't seen you before. I was wondering if this goat was gonna show up at all. Ooh woo. Okay, chat. Now that we've saved, we know what we're going into. We're gonna put the thing and run away. Sounds very easy, right? It's not. Yeah. You're gonna show up right there. Of course you are. He's gonna jump. Sucker. Okay, now we wait. Now we wait for it. Okay, and we leave. Bye-bye, sir. Apparently, I can't take him on, so he's just gonna have to live his own life. Why is there an invincible boss man? I don't know, man. I don't question things anymore. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh my god, I didn't look around last time. Nagi. Jesus, I feel like they could have hired a gardener or something for this place. Oh wait, they did. They did have a gardener. Guess what? Not chicken butt.
Naturally.
You chicken butt. Hi, Poppy. I love that we all thought about chicken butt. Oh my god, you got crimson. Thank you so much for the one gifted sub to Crimson. That's crazy. I appreciate it though. Hi, Popster. Hello, hello.
Now this is something to
Crimson,
splurge
I hope you
on.
enjoy all the benefits of having a ducky sub wherever they are in the world.
Securing goods is more important than anything. Anything, my friend.
Yeah, no, I think they would appreciate it though.
Interesting selection.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, what? Oh, sheep bar. Oh man, I bought the flashbangs. I didn't mean to buy that.
Aha!
And now this is too expensive. No! No! I didn't mean to buy
Till
that.
next we meet.
Ugh, that sucks, man. Oh well, what can one do? Wait, what? Necklaces with 2 holes. Yes. Where's the second hole? Oh, there. So there's something specific that goes in it then. I thought I could like
If it's just
put some
a
gems in it in
window
there.
shop away.
Itosa. I finally have quality meat. And I do have a lot of meat, so I can probably put 2 in
thank
there. Yeah, I think I would rather want this than this at this point. And then I'm waiting for 3 more poultry and 1 more juicy game. Game, game,
It's sure to be a good meal.
game, yo. Game, nano, yo. Oh, man. Why do I make myself, like, laugh? Oh, I didn't put the legs. Because I resaved. Right. Let me put the legs back. Here's some legs. Which feels weird to say. I don't think I would rather not have my daughter's legs in a flask. I'd rather not. But oh well, what can one do? Right. Okay. What we can do is go revisit some spaces, because I see some red areas that we haven't really looked at. And now we can go to the Maestro's collection too. Oh, why is this so red? Okay, wait, give me a second. Apparently I left something in there still, which is crazy because I've gotten in this house way too much. No, that wasn't it, because I've already seen it. Anything on here? No. Anything in here? Also no. Anything in this pile of bed? I would love to just rot in that bed. Hi Zeb, hello. Was nothing in there now that I've gotten it. I think I'll come back to it, but oh, found it. Nice. Great hiding spots for it. How we doing, Zeb? Are we doing great? We're missing something in Luisa's home, and then we're missing something in this place as well. I feel like we might as well just go to Luisa's place first. How's your day been, Zebby Zeb? Any news? So far so good? Let's go. I'm gonna save. Although I already saved, but it's fine. We might as well. Any chickens that want to grace me today? Oh my god, look! The scarecrow got a new hat. I didn't really realize. I'll be honest. It's been 3 run past this area and I still managed to like look at something new every single time. If you can imagine it. There's always something new about this plot. Also haven't found any chickens. Okay, so apparently I'm missing one more thing in this house. I don't know what I would be missing because honestly this is all just a pile of like for a lack of a better word, burning wood, ashes even. So like I don't know what I'm missing. If I've just not looked well enough, I guess. Anything in this pile of wood that would indicate that I've missed a present somewhere or anything really? What am I missing? Or am I gonna come back to this area eventually? I don't think so, right? I think this area is just done for. Yeah, I can't really see anything. But the other one was well hidden too, so that's what I'm like, this one is gonna be well hidden, isn't it? Or like trapped in a corner somewhere or something. I don't know, I don't see anything. No like bird cages or anything either. Okay, I think this area is just kind of done for. Oh! Never mind! It did manage to surprise me. But wait, okay, the red thingy wasn't there. The red thingy wasn't there though. Yeah, no. It's not the one that I was meant to find. That's alright. That's alright. That happens. At least I found something and it wasn't totally like a waste of my time, basically, coming back. But I don't have a magnum. So stream's going well. Yes, I would say I'm like testing out a couple things. So chat would have to let me know if it's all working. I'm testing dual format, which means that on mobile, if you go on vertical mode, you can see a new like way I've set it up that I've customized myself. Aside from that, I'm also testing out a couple new ideas. And then I'm playing more Resident Evil, which I was gonna eventually come back to, but I feel like it's great that I'm giving it a chance and like liking it basically. Because I was scared I was not gonna like it after watching other people play it and like seeing that it's kind of like horror, but also kind of like, oh, you're basically just going into mansions and like grabbing whatever it is in yours. And then seeing Dommy Mommy or seeing giant babies and such. I wasn't really like a big fan of it, but I don't know, I've enjoyed it. It's still gotten that like that horror feeling while keeping some of like the Resident Evil 4 vibes. So I was also kind of dreading it as well. Ooh, happy birthday! With a lot of violins or cellos or whatever that is. And like, I love these. 270917. Oh, he was a father. Chat. He was a father. And I think he went missing. How do I view vertical mode on Twitch? My phone still shows them. Normally, I think if you have a phone, it should automatically just put you in vertical mode. If not, try to mess around with the chats. Because I know there's like high chat, medium, low. And there's also like the what's it called, landscape versus like page setup that you can also do. So like not having it on full screen basically. I don't fully get it, but because I don't use mobile that often. I'm currently watching on desktop mostly. But hey, I'll never forget her 5th birthday. 27/09/17, was it that? I don't know. I don't remember anymore. 27/09/17. Wow. Wow, I got it in one. Oh! I should have gone the other way, but it's fine. 17? Clicking around and I don't see anything different. Really? Damn it. Did you recently update your Twitch as well? Because I know they've had a couple updates. Rifle high capacity mag. Ooh. Because I have some people tell me that they've had a recent update. So I don't fully know if everyone can get it or if you have to have it updated. Wait, okay, so this is the shotgun that I'm using now. Maybe that's it. I try not to update the mobile app unless I have, because it makes it worse every time. I get that. No, it's got cringe. No, you're cringe. Cannot believe a Swede would say that. We're supposed to be brothers. My brother in Christ. I hate the sensitivity of the mouse, but I have to keep it like low. Unfortunately. Because my mouse is horrible when I aim. We're brothers, just not friendly ones. Crazy. Wait, I missed something apparently? It says I've missed something. Where? Oh, it looks like chickens would spawn in here. Okay, let's go see. What did I miss? I have to look up? Did I only look down? No. Giant cellos. No. Anything in the floor? No. Anything over here? Also no. Anything in there? Also no. Anything in here in the kitchen? No. I'm confused. What am I trying to find? Game. You can't just say that it's red and not give me a hint. What am I looking for? I'm looking like something up here. One of the loots, maybe? There's something in the window? No. Up here in the shelves? Also no. I'm so confused. Am I dumb? I don't know. Why is it so red? Is there an event that's supposed to happen in here, maybe? I don't know. Okay. Wait, I didn't look underneath it, did I? No, I did. There's nothing. Man! This game is not great. for my sight, because I feel like I'm dumb every single time. Okay. Dench? Yes. That is me. How'd you know that is me? Water wheel weapon. Man. This house is also red. I don't know why. Because I've literally been here a couple times and there's nothing in there. I'm here, I'll shut up. No. Don't say you'll shut up. No, no, no. No, no, no. I've forgotten where things are. I guess. Is it this house? No, it's the house behind this one. So we'll go through here. This house. Yes. Apparently I've missed something in this house. Ah, birdcage. See, that one was obvious. That one was very obvious. The rest are not so. But hi, duck legs. How we doing? How we doing? Wait, no. Duck Alex. Duck Alex, right? Alex? But yeah, we're just exploring. We're just having a fun time. We're trying to find every single piece so that I don't have to come back to it eventually. Is that BBG? Oh my god, hi! I'm done gaming because my PC isn't being nice, so I just watched time. Oh, 7. I feel that. That was literally me the other day. Because I was like, why is everything being shit? Doesn't let me do anything. Ah, the strange bird. You're so right. Okay, I know where that is. I literally know where that is. Let's go hunt some birds. It's like everyone's PC is having issues. Yeah, apparently Froggy said so as well. They were like, when they tried to play Minecraft or like update Minecraft, apparently they had issues with it. Oh, I can still shoot. Oh, I was like, I can still zoom in. Juicy game. I see strange bird. Not me. Not me. Wrong bird. Frog, Pal, Mango, Kitty. There's been so many. Maybe it's the new update with the windows. I know I haven't updated it in a little bit, but every time I'm forced to update it, it's like, it's always a bit of like a nifty thing that happens. I'm always like, well, that's not very nice. I haven't found any more poultry and or meat. I have found this quality meats though, which is great. Man, I'm so sad that I heard some chickens and I didn't go find them. I couldn't find them for the life of me.
You have an eye for quality.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Okay.
We're gonna try to get as fast as we can in this section. And then we're gonna save and end at like around 6 hours. So that's like my go-to. I know we only have this dude and Heisenberg left. Oh, Shibar. Hi. That's my torso. You can't. That's my torso. You can't. That's my leg, dude. Hey, that's my other leg. I need that. Oh shit, I'm back in the game. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Happy to immediately be in a boss fight. The wounds are severe. I won't last much longer. I can hear it shuffling outside. It barely flinched when I shot it. It feels like it's toying with me. This isn't a wolf. Still, I won't lie down like a dog. If I can get to the old watermill, I can stop it. I can protect you. It's so close. Damn, I'm so cold. My legs won't work. I'm sorry, Louisa. Please forgive me. Okay, so this guy was Elisa's friend. Got you. Wait, these horses are so good. Can I not cut meat out of them? You know, like IKEA's Swedish meatballs or whatever. They had horse in that. No one knew. Well, I feel like I wasn't meant to go outside. We go up. Water wheel, hey? Sweet and salty? It's crazy. No. Okay, it's still down there. Okay, now we know where it is, at least. Water wheel, hey? Over there? Okay, but shush. I need to recollect. There's some chickens. I need those. And there's also this weapon that I also need. So I think we'll try our best to get to this house, to this chicken, and then try our best to get to the weapon. That's gonna be our main mission, basically. Okay, he's circling that house. Talking about popcorn? Crazy. He's leaving. I'm just gonna run to this house, that's fine. I need to make so little. Oh my god, they're locked. They're locked behind a paywall. Because that is technically a paywall, chat. Let's be honest. Yeah, I can hear it snarling. I want to get to the chickens, though. Okay, they're on the other side of this house. Oh, that's gonna be difficult. Okay, this doesn't have anything. Where the heck is it? It's not like right outside, is it? It might be right outside, actually. Like right here. I mean, if I were a werewolf. Okay, he's not over here. If If I were a wolf of some kind, I would eat those chickens. I would hear those cluckings, and I would be like, yeah, I'm about to pounce chickens and eat. Yeah. You can be as hungry as you want, brother. As long as I can get the chickens. Okay, he's kind of gone. No! The chickens are paid! They're behind paywall! Damn, that's sad. Okay, I'm gonna leave this place then if I can't get to the chickens. That also means, okay, I need to find this like thing, this wheel thing that it needs. Because I saw the same thing for the water wheel. Oh shit. Where is he? Where is this man's? He wants a ducky instead. Thank you for the water. Okay, wait. So I can't get through this door. I need whatever thing is here. What is it, English? Please redeem. So that's for Spanish. Whenever I'm like switched over to Spanish, I want to switch back to English. Someone needs to redeem that. But I think instead of that, instead of infinite Spanish, I think I'm just gonna do like 5 minutes of it. 5 minutes of Spanish and then switch back. Because at some point I was just like, I'm kind of catching up to the subtitles. Or like, I'm hoping the subtitles catch along. Okay, I'm gonna run for it. I don't care. It's gonna be angry at me though. So long as it doesn't see me, I don't really care. But yeah. So I think we're gonna do 5 minutes of Spanish. I'm gonna switch it out instead of having another redeem that like switches the language back. Because that was my idea first. Was like just having it as infinite Spanish and then dealing with the issues. But yeah, I think now I know what I want to do. He's over there. Chickens didn't have. It had a mechanical door that I can't access, which is sad. I need to go to this hut because it has good things for me. He's over there. He obviously is like watching this hill down here because he knows that's the only path to the water mill. But also he's like going down this street, like further along the street. Which means I can't hit up any of these houses along this side, which is sad because I think they had a bunch of things and now I can't access it. So oh my god, he walks so slow, brother. Oh wow, he does patrol kind of far, hey? I thought he didn't go this way at all. So what's been happening? And Ari, can you catch me up? So we met Mommy Dommy, and we killed Mommy Dommy. She turned out not great, Mommy Dommy. Oh my god, where are you going, bro? Anyway, we found out our child that we had for like 5 minutes and then, you know, got kidnapped 5 minutes ago, or 5 minutes after, that she was turned into jars. So now all the 4 lords have jars in their palaces, and we have to recollect our daughter. Yeah. So that's why we had to say bye to Dommy Mommy and hello to Doll Lady. And Doll Lady was creepy as fuck. But we finished, at least. And now we're on to Fish Guy, the other lord. Oh my god, you do a long circle, hey? By the time you're up here, I'm already on the other side of the town. Sir? And then after Fish Guy, we meet Daddy Heisenberg. He's a mechanic. He's very handsome. Yeah, that's all I have to say about him. Okay, I'm gonna wait until he's at least in the bridge area to go over where the medallion is. I have enough time to run away from him, I guess. I hate that I have to somehow like wait for it. What the heck is this? Lockpick, okay, cool. We love it, lockpick. Explosives, okay. Okay. I know what they're setting me up to do. Oh, this is bad though. From here I can't really look at where this lichen is. Yeah, that's as far as we've gotten into the story, which is basically not far at all, because honestly, Doll Woman was very short. Like very, very short section. Yes, that's what I meant to say. It was a very short section, and I expected it to be longer, and I think I was psyching myself up, so that's why I made it longer, unfortunately. But oh well, what can one do when one is scared, right? Right. You become a wuss, and that is me. I am a wuss. Hello. I also wish instead of having this like briefcase, that I could just have a box and put all my stuff down, because I haven't been able to do that in a little bit. Is he coming back already? I thought I had more time. Yeah, I thought I had more time, honestly. Okay. I'm just gonna stay in here, it's fine. He can deal with the consequences. Anyway, yeah, so that we're on the way to find Fish Guy. Fish Guy is over the windmill. That much I remember. I also remember that there was some chickens, and I want some chickens. But we need this mechanical door thing. So I was wondering if the other houses in this area had it, but it looks like we already know what these houses have. So these are kind of worthless to me. But yeah, we might have to go this way up the waterway to be able to escape. Because I don't actually know what is this way. And I know Mr. whatever his name is not gonna be very happy to see me. But it's fine, he can piss off. I'm gonna go this safe way. Which is not that way. Remember to take care of yourself, nerd? No, you. No, you. You are also a mod here. You need to drink when I drink. Also, I need to go piss girl soon. Not yet, but like, soon. Where is he? That way. Is his path shorter this way? I haven't seen him go this way in a little bit. I don't don't understand his path. Because he does a little loop-de-loop, but I don't understand it. Okay, he's gonna go across the bridge. Didn't you just go that way, brother? How long has it taken you to go all the way over there? You know when Nira said that to the new guy, right? It's a giant pain in the ass. You're gonna drink his raps. I still drink. I will just pout about it. I will just be like, and what if I don't want to? But it doesn't get me anywhere. I always drink water. And in my house, I will always say to my mods, drink water. Because I can. Hello, what would you turn that way for? Did your path change again? I think his path changed again. What in the heckies? Okay, time to go. Hey, dude. Bye, dude. Uh-oh. Looks breakable, though. Breakable how? Okay, perfect. I don't know what was the other way, though. Piggies! Oh my god, this is so perfect. Give me those piggies! Give me those piggies! But yeah, I don't know if I locked myself out of something if I didn't go that way. I don't think so, but who knows? Yippee! Go. Give me your meats! Can you imagine? I actually don't like meat this much when I'm in my own house. And yet here I am. Laboratory? Uh-oh. We also need this, which I still don't have. Uh-oh. We need a ball. Chat, give me your balls. Jarvis? Cut their balls off. Imagine I said that. Yeah, so there's a section in this game where you're kind of doing a puzzle and you need a ball. So chat, hand them over. Hand it over. I don't know what this area is. Literally never been. I'm gonna get my handgun out right away because I'm scared. I don't know where I'm going, chat. Can't do that? You're right. Ravi has your balls. You're right. I'll take someone else's though. Send balls to Nira. Oh lord. Don't actually send me your balls, chat. I don't think I want that. I need an adult. My wife has balls. I would argue Ravi has your balls more. Sorry about that. Oh, look at you. Hey, bum bum. To the cozy box stream. Oh lord. What a way to make a great first impression. Hi, Sachi. Hello. Well, I mean, I know Sachi already knows Oh, I come into Ravi as your balls were. Well, okay, so we're talking about this puzzle that you need a ball for. And I said, chat, give me your balls. I need your balls right now. And then Ruby said that he doesn't have any because his wife has it. And I was like, that's not true. Ravi has your balls. Yes. Anyway, hi, welcome. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that topic is way out of context for some people. Hi, my name is Nira. I'm a Deki VTuber. I sing and I apparently make jokes. So, hey, here we are. Well, I was Final Fantasy 14. I hope you enjoyed. I hope all the raids went well. I misspoke, okay? I didn't say Joel. I don't have a Joel emote. Not yet, at least. I just checked my wife's purse. No, not the purse. Oh, not in the purse. That's crazy. Anyway, how has everything been? I hope you enjoyed RFF14. It went well. I was able to get a coffer from the last rain floor. Ooh. We love presents. We love good things. Uh-oh. But yeah, I'm heading into another boss territory. So if you haven't seen any Resident Evil Village, this might be a little bit spoiler territory. Not really, because I feel like a lot of people have played this before. No, not a boss, sorry. Another lord. Because there's like 4 lords in Village. And we already got through 2. And 1 was a mommy dommy. And I know people would have loved to see her. Let me tell you, I still see her in my thoughts. Oh, hey! Okay, here he is. Say hi. He's a mermaid prince, chat. We have to be nice. That's my daughter. Give me my daughter back. I have my daughter. Oh, shit.
Mother Miranda, if it's for you, I'd do anything.
Uh-oh. Not everything, right? Not.
I'll just be taking this.
Not me, right?
Wait, what are you doing with Mother's special child?
She's my
She's
child.
not hers.
Oh, you have something to say.
I always do.
What do you mean, mother's special child?
Mother wants her baby back.
Okay.
Don't screw with me.
And I want my baby back too.
If you take it, then the others laugh at me.
Oh, buddy.
If I do better than them,
Oh, buddy,
I
it's a
can't.
little late for
just
that.
a little longer, please.
Don't stall. Go. Take
What's
care,
so
Sachi. Go, eat peas.
You talk too much.
I see you around. Night night.
I plugged the way in.
Uh-oh.
This is my territory. I won't let you leave.
Shit.
Okay, well, but what about my daughter?
Damn freak.
So, time to go. Time to people leave. Oh no, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Oh, Jesus Christo. Oh, I don't want to beg, actually. Not to you.
How do I get out of here?
Well, you know, it'd be nice if we had an entrance and an exit. Yes, it would. It'd be nice if there was something called fresh air. But yes, absolutely. Raiders, if you guys need to raid and run, please do. I know Sachi needs to go night because it's late for Sachi. But if it's late for any one of you, you also need to go night. Go sleep. Go take care of yourself first. Always. Okay? Okay. Wait, this was so easy. Chat. I got my daughter back. Well, not really. I mean, yes, sir. We need to go night-night. I can't do anything about that. Okay, apparently I can... Some force would break it? But yeah. What type of force? In it. What happens if I go here? There's obviously a breakable box. Let me get that. Uh-oh. I got it. News your Bob? Yes, sir, Bob. Hi. Not even available. How you doing? How's your day been? I hope great. So what is this place, eh? Yeah. I hear you. This looks like a bad place to be, really, for me. I feel like I'm gonna have to come back to this area soon. Are they above me? Where are they? Okay, that guy is gonna howl. That much I know. What if I, Oh shit. Done so? I think so. I'm still gonna take it as a COD lobby. I'm still gonna hide. Yeah, I had a feeling. Oh, Jesus, you're huge. Oh, I missed. Stay down, bud. Thanks. Oh, there's more. Let me just close this. Thank you. I mean, they can still get through the back door, can't they? Yeah, they can still break through. Oh wow, there's a lot of you. I had a feeling you would come in. Anyway, aside from that little skedaddle skedoodle, which I wasted a lot of bullets for, thank you very much. We got a boat key, at least. So now we can boat away. Hey, who threw that? Who threw it? Confess right now. Right now. Cannot believe you would throw that at me. As a mage, chat, I give you trust to give me some bread and you throw it at me. That's so evil. I am in a very hostile mood to throw down. That's crazy. I cannot believe. Hey, wait a second. Isn't this just a repeat of Resident Evil 4? Of like that one boat section? Right. Doesn't it reminisce kind of? I still don't have a boat though. But I would love it if I did. Oh, I need to reload this. You're so right. Game, you're so right. Okay. This is where we came from. He was like, hey, yeah, we're gonna close all the gates for you, blah, blah, blah. Which is sad because I didn't really fully explore that area in the end. So I was just kind of scared. Oh shit, hi. Shut. Oh, there's more. Okay, wait, reload. Nice. I hate that I have to use so many, like, bullets on them. I have to be honest. I know this is a game of, like, trying to run away from them too, but, like, I can't be bothered. At this point, this game has given me a lot. So. Oh well. Oops. Leave the boat key in the shack in the mine. Hans is dead, so no more fishing for a while. I mean, we all know his death was no accident. He was eaten by a giant fish, boat and all. Boat and all? So there's no boat? There's just a key? What do you mean the boat was also swallowed? What was the point then? Brother. Should I try something out? Should I try waddling over to that piece? I think it will get me. I'm gonna be honest. I think this is an instant death. Oh, it didn't even let me. It said no. It didn't want me to do that. Shibar. Do I have to drive? I hope not. Please don't drive. Please don't make me drive. Oh my god. The one thing I didn't want to do. Drive. How do I get to that though? Because I can't. That's sad. Yippee! Whoever said Yanira can't drive, you're so right. And I'm sorry for what you were about to watch. This is not very great. Oh!
What was that?
Oh wait, I don't even have my grenade launcher open, do I? Shortcut to the knife, I guess. Yeah. Although I'm in a boat, I really can't drive and shoot, can I? I don't think I can. It's fine. We're gonna go on our merry way. Hello? Disembark. There we go. Yes. Pretty much. We're in a boathouse. Ooh, scary. Ooh, scary.
What the hell?
Watch out. Watch
Research post or
out.
something? What the fuck are they doing here?
Who is this? Hello. Hey, wait.
Stay the fuck down!
I'm good.
Ethan! I gotta say, I'm surprised
Chris
you made it this
Redfield.
far.
Hello. I knew you guys were
Shame
over
if
here.
something happened to you now.
What do you mean?
Sure, Chris. Why not? You killed Mia. Now do me and finish the job.
Do me. Do me.
Hey, Cap. I'm getting
Period.
some serious motion readings.
Just do
out
me.
here.
That's
We
it.
should move on.
Yowie. BL.
What kind of readings? What's moving?
Unknown, but my guess is we've been here too long, and Miranda knows it.
Hey, did you say Miranda? How are you involved?
Leave it alone, Ethan. You are out of your depth. What about the sample analysis?
It's definitely related to the mold.
Bold. He's British, innit? Uh-oh.
You stay out of our business, Ethan.
What business?
God, watch out!
No, you aren't. Ow, I guess. Goodbye, Chris. Okay, never mind. Hi. I'm in the water. I'm drowning. I'm under the water. Please help. I am a fish. Gloop gloop.
Shit! Stay back!
Really? Boss fight on top of this?
Underwater. You're done. I don't have time for this.
I wouldn't say that. Is he gonna vomit some more? Oh, he has a tattoo. I didn't even
Miranda
notice.
sent you to slow me down? You're pathetic.
Yeah, don't say that. I have a feeling you were kind of hot without the fish things. Ew, don't freaking vomit when I just told people that you might have looked hot before. Oh, he's a parasite. Okay, bye. Anyway. Okay, I gotta go. Bye. Yeah. Running section and all. Ah, don't get my legs. Don't get my legs. Don't you dare get my legs. I just got them back.
What am I supposed to do?
Fight? Question mark? Wait in the water? I don't know. You tell me, mister. You tell me. That's one. That's two. Nice. I don't see anything else I can shoot, chat. I'm gonna be honest. So. Right here. Moreau's clinic. Ah, that's what he had in his tattoo. So he was a doctor. Wait, were all of these people doctors?
He said the exit's underwater.
Okay, anyway. He's so very pissy. He's trapped over there though. I was gonna say, are all of these people doctors or like, because the Moreau's laboratory, the doll woman was also like had a lab in her house. Maybe scientists? Yeah, I guess. Okay, I can hear grunting. Hello! Hey! Bump, bump, bump. Got any grapes? So they waddle and then waddle, waddle to the cozy pond stream. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Hello, Sai. Hello, hello. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? How is games? Wait, what were you guys playing, by the way? White Knuckle? Oh my god. Wait, how far did you get in White Knuckle? Did you get farther than the last time I watched? I know you said White Knuckles wasn't really your thing last time because you were like, ah. Oh, hey, Duke. You're struggling right now. I get that. Well, I get that. She's such a pro. No. She is a pro. No. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what she's saying. She is a pro. She's gotten so far. I don't think I would get even past the bottom. Okay, I wouldn't. That's it. Point blank. And I have wings. Even then, I wouldn't make it. So, hi. For those that don't know me, hi. My name is Nira. I'm a little ducky VTuber. I do singing and I do a little bit of everything on the side. Oh, take care. No worries about the raid and run. Absolutely. Go. Big hugs. I see you around. I am a ducky. Thank you very much. Yes. And yeah, what was I gonna say? I don't know. We're doing Resident Evil Village. It's my first time playing it. We are currently meeting Fishman, and we absolutely beat Mommy Dommy and Doll Lady. I don't know what else to call her. She was kind of a nightmare, I'm gonna be honest. And so we're just we're saving every bit of the way. But if you guys need to raid and run, please do. Chat, you're not absolutely what's it called, condoned if you need to lurk. I absolutely get it. I take care of myself all the time, and I wish you guys would self-care as well. So please do. Hi, thank you so much for the follows, everyone. Welcome me. Fufu, I see you. So I have some redeems. This is gonna surprise people. I have some redeems for languages. Yes, I do speak multiple languages, but they're only for a minute long, and I have barely even put them on today. So this is gonna be like kind of shaky. I'm gonna put a timer for 1 minute. I'm gonna speak as much Norwegian as I can. I'm gonna translate after because I don't have subtitles for Norwegian, but I do have subtitles for Spanish if anyone is interested. But yeah. Welcome in, no matter what. And I'm sorry about what is coming. Anyway, hvordan går det? Jeg håper det går veldig fint med dere. Vi I Resident Evil Village. Jeg vet ikke hva det heter på norsk. Men ja, vi har ganske mye som vi må gjøre. Vi har nettopp sett fiskedude. Jeg vet ikke hva den heter heller, men jeg lurte på om han var type scientist, på en måte, at han hadde en del med å gjøre med hele liksom, prosessen med mode og hvordan han ble det, liksom. Men ja, jeg håper dere har det bra. Norsken min ganske sånn dialektbasert, så jeg håper det går fint med dere, for dere som vet norsk. Men ja, let's go. And that was my timer. Yeah. But welcome in, everyone. I'm sorry about the Norwegian jump scare for those that know Norwegian. Okay, so I have to turn on the electricity. Got that much. Oh, I have to find another thingy. Uh-oh. Where's this attached to? I guess over there. Well, yes, best of luck with the Subathon. We hope you reach all the goals. Thank you! I'm talented? I'm not. Literally not. If it weren't for me living here in Norway, I would not be able to speak it. And then the same for Spanish, if it weren't for my parents, basically. I can't move from here. I have to drain the water. Oh, man. But I don't have power. I don't know what power is. Pugger's a tasty duck. Ain't no way. I'm not tasty. Literally not tasty. Okay, in an instance of a heavy rain, there may be damage to the local aquatic life. It is advised that you drain all excess water using the following steps. Move the windmills with a crank to start the electricity to the gatehouse. Yes, it is a skishu. Thank you. Pull the levers in the gatehouse to open the sluice gate. Okay, so I have to move the windmills with electricity. Which is all the way over there. Oh my god. Do I even have... Well, it's already moving. So, like, that's not the problem. Oh, they meant that one. Oh, no. That one is not moving yet. Okay, but shooting it won't do anything, I think. Electricity-wise... I think there has to be something over here. Right. What other thing would it be? But yes. I hope for those that are playing or have played Resident Evil that they take it easy with me, because I haven't, and I take it very slow with everything. I'm like, oh, I want to know more. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I take it very slow with like finding lore, because I'm interested in the lore more than anything, the action and everything. Oh my god, what is that? Hi, Winter Devil, welcome in. The crank is old and busted up. It feels like it's gonna snap any second. I hope it doesn't break. The only other one we have is over at Windmill 2. Okay. Cheeky. Oh, the escape. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, they're gamering. They're gamering! Don't look, chat. No. Ah. Okay, we have to focus. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. Okay, he does a little zigzag. Okay, over there. Nice. What do you do? Oh, you're a gamer. What the heck? What was that? Dodge, bro. I'm sorry if you saw that. No, you didn't. Okay. You didn't. My shooting skills are below average, and that's why I play Squirrel Girl in Marble Rivals, if anything. Because you don't have to aim. You really don't. You just kind of aim somewhere close. And that's why I play her. I missed this raid. No, Kiwi. Well, you're here anyway. Which is the most important part. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. I would look at my list, but right now my game is also blocking every part of my display. Oh, wood creaking. Where? Where? I hear it. I don't see it. There you are. Okay, so we have to crank the thingy. I did not mean... Okay, yep, there goes my ankles. Okay. Dang. Ethan. No wonder you're made out of mold. There's no way you survived that jump, by the way. I heard someone say the decky looks like a beard. I do have a lot of stickers on, yes. That is an unfortunate thing. But oh well, we make do. Hey, at least I don't have any forehead to show, okay? I don't think I could show you my forehead either with the amount of stickers that I have on top. Take care, new guy. Enjoy your lurkies. Oi! Okay.
You're not looking to fish food.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're not becoming fish food. It's fine. He's just a little angry, chat. Just a little bit angry. Yeah. He really wants my ankles, okay? Real can't get my ankles now. What the heck is he? Okay, he's over there. What is that for, though? That platform there. He can jump! He's a cheater. He's quite literally a cheater. What the heck? And he could literally swallow me up if he wanted to. Okay, I'm going. Okay, push. Go! So no head. No head, no ankles, no nothing. What is that for, though? I just wonder about one thing. How do I get that barrel over there? I'd have to push this off, right? That means going that way. I want to get that barrel so bad. Okay. Open sesame. Oh, okay. He has done lots of things to this. Ugh. Dad, don't look. Don't look. I'm gonna have to get an antibacterial wipe or something. Okay, we can either go back here, which I wanna. No, I'm locked. Brother. Okay. We'll go this way. Yeah, Mr. Bad Boy. Oh, it's not gonna hold. Got it. Please go. Please go. Okay, there we go. Give me all of these. Magnum. What is over there? Come on, go, 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 go. Oh no, but I'm still missing the white. Oh, okay. Never mind. Which I don't even know where it would be, actually. Never mind, I'm a dupid. I'm stupid like that. Go, 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 go. Dang it. I thought I could make it. I thought I could make it. Okay, we try again. How far did it set us? Actually, not that very far. Okay, so I have to activate that one then. Okay. Gimme Magnum. Give me this. Give me that. Give me this. I got this. I got this. Perfect. Oh, I thought he was right for me, and I was like, oh my god, I was not gonna make it. Brother. Is he spawn camping? Where is he? Where is he? I bet you I go over here and he's gonna be like, "Rah." Yeah. No, you're not. You're not. Okay, I'm gonna go again. Uh oh. Oh, your mama's not here, bro. Your mama is safe in her castle. She's not gonna move. He's a cheater! Stop cheating! Okay, I'm back here. Da, 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 da. Go! 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 Oh, that was close. I didn't like that. Right. Well, okay, wait, give me a second. I don't want to use up any of my ammo. Not on this. He's over there. He's over there now. Windmill, oh Mr. Windmill. Any secrets though? No. No secretos, just vibes, I guess.
Caught myself a big one.
Ooh, shit. You're gonna be secrets in it? Ow! Yeah. That's one thing I didn't want to happen. Okay. What? I missed. There you go. Let's get the duckies out of here. Right now. Right now. Hey, that's not fair. Why can you jump this high? Okay, buddy. Okay. Okay, yeah, I know you don't want me to do this. So he's a little bit salty, chat. You can't climb up. Look, climb up. Oh, okay. Give me a second. Not that. This. Crank it up. Crank it up. Wait, couldn't we technically crank it back? Okay, buddy. Yeah, I'm leaving. Yeah. I'm leaving. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, this is not time to be hydrating. Ooh, he's ziplining. Let's go. Ooh, you missed. Too late, too bad, too sad. You'll get him next time.
Okay.
Is electricity flowing? Ooh, it is. Cool. Let's get out of here. So chat, if you had the option, would you fish boy? Fishman? Because I feel like we talking about, you know, dommy mommy and she's hot and all, and like the same for Mother Miranda. I feel like a lot of people say that she's hot, but Fishman? Fishman? Anyone? How do I get out of here? Wait. How do I get out of here? What way did I come from? I thought I... Oh, I came from above. Did I? I don't know, man. I'm lost. But also, doll mommy? Anyone? Anyone? Oh yeah, I did come from this way. Oh, whoopsies. My bad. Okay. I technically have my crank. I could leave if I wanted to. But I'm gonna save instead.
Aha!
Hi,
Oh,
Duke.
good. I was just thinking of ways to pass the time.
Mm-hmm. I don't feel like shit. Now I remember why I was just drinking. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was me on Monday, by the way. We had, if anyone didn't know, 17th of May was Norway's, like, National Day. And normally one spends the time eating hot dogs and ice cream. But also drinking. But it is called the Children's Day, though. So, like, people take it easy when they're on the streets. But when they're at home and, like, in the presence of others, it can go bad. Do you wear the national dress? I wore a dress. Not my, like, regent's dress, if that makes any sense. Because I don't have it. I don't have 40K, okay? I don't have that money. And I never received that money from any of my confirmation events, so, like, my quinceañera events. So, I bought literally one of those, like, cheap costume dresses. And what I did is, like, every year that it still fits me, I add a new item to it. So, like, I start buying some of the silver in parts, I start buying some of the shoes, and I start buying or like I have my mom embroider the rest of like my dress. And now we're thinking about remaking a new dress, basically. Okay, wait. Orange, white, blue. Blue, orange, white. Orange. No, wait. Blue, empty, orange. So like across. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. This one is orange. This one is white. This one is blue. Blue. Empty. Wait, what? Eh? Oh. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. Got it, got it, got it. This one is orange. This one is orange. These two are blue. This is white. This is blue. There we go. I almost puked last night. I forgot how shitty raspberry vodka tastes. Me. But then again, I got those like absolute like taste tester shots for vodka.
Got it.
And those are always amazing. But then when you buy the full version, you're like, oh right, I remember why I don't buy these. Uh-oh. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. He's having a fun time, I swear. But yeah, I didn't have a champagne breakfast like most people do at my age. I don't usually do those. But I do remember when I was graduating in like the graduation class, obviously people would invite people to those types of things, and I would attend, but I wouldn't drink to make myself silly. So I still had a lot of fun in my graduation class, but I feel like right now I see the issues with that culture as well, especially on like the 17th of May. It's gotten worse in my town for sure. But I think it hit rough because it was on a Sunday and the Monday is not a free day. So if you're gonna go silly, don't go silly on a Sunday and then having Monday like be a rough day at work, basically. And then regretting everything you did on Tuesday. So I don't know. I thought about it and I was like, okay, yes, I am working on Monday. Let's not go silly. I was drinking straight up while the rest of my friends had chasers. Do somewhat kind of weak for chasers. Crazy. Hey, as long as you have a glass of water next to you as well to not feel the hangover, yeah, you're okay. You can do whatever. I went through all those things. My liver probably went through all those things. I don't condone it, okay? You do you. But hey, we all went through it. October 1st, a sunny day. Mother Miranda brought me 5 peoples from the village, just like I asked did. I made them sleep with some liquid, and then I put cadeau in their tummies. Not their tummies! I'm looking forward to the cadeau to grow in their tummies. October 2nd, a cloudy day. 4 of the people from the village are dead this morning. 1 is almost a lichen. I sent it to my lab on the mountain. I failed again. Mother wants strong vessel, but I cannot get any. I will need more people from the village. So, you put cadeau in their tummies? That's crazy. Cannot believe you put that in the bellies of people. But yeah, I mean, take care, okay? You have to know how to drink responsibly, chat. If it's like a one-time thing, it's fine. But it's like, if it's every weekend, I worry for your health, that's all, but I'm not gonna get involved. Wait a second, what? Obviously I see I can get over there, but why is this locked down? Okay, never mind. Okay, I'll go. I shall go then. It's Blue Moon, so it's chill. I'm back. What are we drinking? Oh yeah, new guy works at a place that is kind of like a liquor store. Not really. It's like, oh Jesus. Yeah, obviously see him. Oh my god. No, you take that. Oh, I'm looking. Not with respect, though. Oh! Oh, don't! Oh, okay. Well... Okay. Okay, yeah. I'm a little bit stuck. I would appreciate if you didn't. Thanks. No, you. We're just gonna loot. It's fine. He's gonna be there no matter what. Ooh, explosives. Is he after me? No. Hey, dude. Hey, you're gonna have to jump. Oh! Hey, you did jump. He's not that stupid, but... oh well. Come over here, buddy. I have a special present for you. Okay, wait. Ooh, I can't get it. I'm burned. Ow, ow. Okay, that was on me. I'm stupid. I forgot how he was made. What way is he gonna come from? I doubt that. Oh, don't do that. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, I hate this one. Oh, wow, I really do hate this one. Acid rain? What the heck? I see now. Okay, wait. I'm actually gonna switch this one over. Because I don't want to use my grenade launcher just yet. Okay, so we're gonna go. Ooh, sniper rifle. Where is he? I don't know. Oh, I see now. Nice! Lucky shots. Oh, don't do the big explode, please. I hope I was behind a wall.
In
Anyway.
death as he was in life. Disgusting.
Not the roast after his death? Ethan. That's crazy. It is exactly like a store where we sell pretty much everything. Yeah, so that was why I was like hesitant to call it a liquor store, because like you guys kind of sell everything too. But yes, not that I drink much, but I've been in it, and they have a lot as well for bartenders, I feel like. So if you enjoy mixing a drink, new guy probably would know. New guy would probably know. He's not dumb, but he's not the smartest tool in the shed. He was looking kind of funny and a thing in the shape of an L on her forehead. Wow. The ears stop coming and they won't stop coming and they won't.
The exit's up ahead.
I love that meme. And they won't stop coming and they won't stop coming and they won't stop. Hey, who's knocking on my door? Who's doing that, chat? I swear to God. Why are you knocking on my door? Sniffer riffle. Alright, let's read his diary. Mother Miranda gave me a roast jar. No one likes me, which is why I thought they would leave me out again. But Heisenberg said that was why we each get a roast. The ceremony cannot happen without us all there. What? Without us all there. Okay, cool. Mother didn't seem to care though. Mother said roast is a vessel. With a vessel, Mother can get her real child back, even though she has been dead for a very long time. But if Mother does, then what will happen to me? I'm not her real child. Would she abandon me? No, I don't want that. No. Anyway, great stuff there. Amazing. Could not be better written. Can we ruin this kiddo? Can we
Is that alive?
Yes it is. Can we okay, there we go. I was like, can we get out of here, please? Okay, cool. Ooh.
You're better off than I thought.
Heisenberg.
Who's that?
Oh, come on. We just met a while back. Not
That's
that it
my
really
daddy,
matters.
Chad.
You're the last asshole in my way, aren't you?
You've got fight. I'll give you that, Ethan. But what's the plan when you have all 4 flasks?
Well, I wonder.
What are you trying to get at?
Get my daughter back.
I could lend you a
Duh.
hand.
Not trying to get on my good side?
Now don't get cocky. I'd kill you if you weren't worth the trouble.
Okay, but I kind of already
There's
escaped
a
you.
stronghold not too far outside the village. Go there and get my flask. Do that, and you pass.
Okay, and he's gonna put a
First,
hecaton of
head back
traps.
to the graveyard.
Self-centered prick.
Hey, at least he's helpful though. He's like, okay, do this for me, and then we talk. So he's not like totally lost it, I would say. But yeah, he's a little bit of a special kind. But yeah, chat. How are you guys enjoying this? Because I normally go for 6 hours and I don't want to overwork today because I haven't eaten well enough. So we might end in like half an hour. Just a little warning. But if anyone had anyone they would love to raid, please let me know so that I can have them and follow them. And yeah, this is just the way back. I didn't want to go here. Ew. Can I not lift myself up from here? Probably not. But this is just back to this. This is not back to the village. Oh, the water is all gone. Oh, no. Oh, oh. What do now? I guess we go this way. Wait, where was the chest? There was a chest here and I couldn't grab it before. Is it gone already? Because I couldn't get it in time. Which I would get, but That's also very sad. Flashbang? Oh my god, chat, don't look. Don't look. Your screen will turn white. Oh, there it is. I was like, where would it be if I was a chest? I'm gonna sell this. Thank you. What the heck? Oh, it's fishies. I was like, why do I hear a bloop, bloop, bloop? I could go fishing. Can I? Over there. How the heck do I go fishing? What? I'm so confused. Come here. Am I just not hitting them? I was just not hitting them. Got it. I thought they were like right above their bubbles, but they're normally not. Is that it? Just two? Two catfish? Dang. Two for the price of one. I'll take it. But I don't know the way back to the village. I'm a little lost. I know it's like somewhere over here, but that leads back to the mines. That's a swamp, no? Oh, this way. Wait, this way? Oh yeah, I remember this. This was where the lichens were. But wait, if this was where the lichens were... Am I gonna be safe in here? I don't think so. This is not the way out. I'm confused. What is the way out then? Wait, I'll use my map. I know I can use it, but... What? Labyrinth puzzle. Mechanical door. I guess I'll do the mechanical door. There's a labyrinth puzzle over here. Oh my god, let's go. Wait, didn't I open these doors? Where is this chest? And where's the labyrinth puzzle? Over here? Yeah, no, I don't think it's this way. This just leads back to where I was trapped. So not this way. Dang, it feels like Mansion Simulator all over again, like Walking Simulator again. Because I'm so confused. Nope, I bypassed it. What? Upstairs? Oh. No, not upstairs either. Where's this puzzle? Above. Okay, but this doesn't lead above. This leads underground again. Guess what? What? Not chicken butt. I'm not gonna fall for it. Not again. I freaking knew it. No, I got you. I got you this time. Because I didn't fall for the chicken butt. You're gonna let me get you something. It's not happening. You've done this too many times. Don't be sad. Oh, be sad. You cannot get me. Next time you have to be like duck butt or something. To make it like refreshable. Don't worry, I'll get you next time. Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Rare animal. I think I've already gotten this one. Beta phone mode. Oh, you see it? Hello. How do I look? Do I look good? Dang, I didn't get whatever this was. I didn't get the ball. Where's this leading to? Laboratory. Hello? Who's calling me? I'm so mad. What? You want the dual format? Oh, I didn't get it right away. I actually applied back when Froggy was still getting it, basically. And they reminded me of the thing back in like January, I think. So if it weren't for them, I would have been like, I don't know. Moreau's hidden weapon. This has to be the merchant. Yeah, that's fine. This has to be the lab, right? I applied before that. Oh. Not hot? What do you mean not hot? I don't know. Nuga has it in his mind that he has to be hot to get the dual format. If so. Ugh, not again. Really? Stupid birds. And I don't mean that because I'm a bird, but... That's not how the world works sometimes. No, it's definitely how the world works sometimes. Mermaid! Okay, I got it. I got the ball. Tat, relax. You don't need to give me your balls anymore. Alright. Get this one, and he's gonna be angry at me, but it's fine. I have one less to worry about. I got the vertical view too, but I'm too used to the regular view now. I get that. I didn't really expect them to make much of it. But I was surprised nonetheless that they invited. What is that? Is that one of them? Yes. Yes, it is. It's like, what is that? Oh, juking skills. Whoa. Dang, buddy. You were quick. When you're writing in chat, the letters look a bit tall. Oh. It looks off. Well, I think everything about it looks a little bit off. I'm gonna be honest, I probably didn't pick the right way to make it either. I just kind of like took their advice over like how the screen is meant to be looking and ran with it. But oh, stay down. Oh, there's another one. Oh, Jesus. Good one. But yeah, I'm like trying to get as many people to like review it and see if it looks more or less okay, if we want to keep it, if I should just go back to normal mode. Because it does help with just like clipping to like get the format for how my clipping would look, but at the same time it looks very clunky if you're not looking at it through the right mode, I guess, because there's a lot of like space in between. There's a bunch more settings that I can optimize. Yes, that is true. I know there's like low, medium, and high chat. I try to adjust it as much as possible to fit that, but it's like you have to play along with it, or you have to play with it a little bit to really like adjust it as much as you want. I'm running out of bullets. This is not very good. Well, another explosive round. More flashbangs. Chat, don't look. I hear a flying one, but I don't see it. Is he up there? I don't see it. I think it's that. Oh, it's inside of here. Never mind. Yeah, it's inside of the house. Hey, dude. Would you let me in too? I kind of want to get a meal, you know? A meal for two? Oh, he's outside. Got it. Uh-oh. If I remember, a Varlorak was an unkillable, right? Oh no. Yeah, we couldn't kill Varlorak last time. I think I prefer the classic look. That's great. Oh, I would want some of those PC settings that are for some reason missing on the top of the app. Yeah, that's true. It is a little bit like comically weird. Like weird setup. Where is this man's? I hear him, but I don't see him. So there's a hidden weapon somewhere in here, but I haven't seen it. Oh my god. Thank you, I deserve that. I deserve that. I didn't see the giant chest lying in the middle of this. Oh my god. Mother Miranda gave me a mountain. Now I can do lots and lots of Cadeau experiments. This is my secret special laboratory. I did 3 Cadeau experiments today, but they all went pop and made a mess. I put it in the Cadeau, and then I tried putting wolf blood from a needle into the spine. The person wriggled a lot and then killed my assistant. I could not hold it down, so I put it in a cage, and now I have it to feed it. I'm guessing that's the wolf man outside. Oh no! I don't have enough space. Oh no, it's come to haunt me. The fact that I don't have inventory space. Oh man. How do I move things that way? Yes, close inventory for a little bit. Also, something I really want on phone is to see the cooldown. Oh, you're right. You can't see that on the new method. That is a little goofy. How do I move things? What? There. What? F, okay. Oh, okay. This is a goofy system. Okay. That's as good as it's gonna get, I think. I don't know how big this gun is, though. Is this a Magnum? Yes, sir! Revolver using Magnum rounds. We love to see it. Okay. Well, I think that's as good as it's gonna get for now in my inventory. Because it's looking kind of rough. Does this mean I can tackle on Big Bad Wolf? I wish I could save before trying this. Just to know if this is like useless or if this is actually working. Where is this man too? I hear him snarling. Where are you? Oh, there you are. One shot? One shot? With a what? With a Magnum? Oh my god. I could have killed him all this time if it were just one. Also, it says an unknown error occurred when you try to redeem something. You redeem the maximum per stream, which is also kind of yeah, I guess that's why it's still in beta. Hey? Guess that's why. But oh well, we do what we do. We love testing things out and telling Twitch that it works or it doesn't work. So some things works out, some things don't. It's generally not just beta. Oh. Nah, we can blame it on the beta. Right, chat? Oh shit, I forgot I was controlling this. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, okay, we wait. And we straighten it, and we straighten it. And we tilt it. Okay. Oh, I didn't know it could fall down like that. Oh, okay. Now I know for next time. I didn't know it could fall like that. Please land correctly. Wait, I think this one is the easiest one I've done. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ball, please don't. Oh my god. Ball, please. I guess I have to trust blindly, I guess. Yeah, this one has to be the easiest one. Because all the other ones have like holes and like other obstacles. This one was just like that one hole over here. And I guess the wheel. I guess we got everything now. I think. We can leave this place and never look back. Yes. And I can get my chickens. I can get my chickens, chat. Let's go. I have chickens to catch. Things to see, meals to make. This way. When did I have time to make all of this? When did he have time for all of this? Oh, is this gonna be like another showdown? I hope not. I don't really have time for that. I kind of just want my chickens. Wait, it's locked. Oh. Is it? Oh! My chickens! Oh no, they're over there. Never mind. I had the general area incorrect. Never mind. They're over here. Not that. Not that. There they are. They're over here. I thought they were killed and I was like, no! My poultry. Come back. Could probably use a crank. What do you mean? Yeah. That's why I put the crank there. First ball. Not caca. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Oh my gosh, someone kickity-keyed. Who did that? Who became a mother? Did you become a mother? Oh my god, I missed. You didn't see anything. Okay, he's gonna. And the other one is stuck. Oh, he's a gamer. He's quite literally a gamer. How far back does this place go? Hello? There we go. Anything in the bathroom? No. Of course not. Wait, what? Why is there an arrow? Why is there an arrow pointing this way? Yellow quartz. Thank you. Kind of strange. Kind of strange. Not gonna lie. Ooh, I can go all the way over here. Wait, I've never been up here. I don't know if this was a thing. Oh, hey sir, I'm just gonna grab this, yeah? You don't mind, right? You don't mind. Definitely didn't steal your chickens, by the way. Definitely didn't. Nope. Nope, that wasn't me. Cannot wait till you're free from Resi to collab streams. I mean, I have so many games I need to do first after Resi. I literally promised Papel that I would do more Dead Island 2 with him. I promised Kitty that I would do a couple more what is it called again? The Aussie Australia game. I can't remember. Yes. And then I promised Rav we would finish Little Nightmares 3 when they get the DLC out, which is not out yet, and it's kind of a mystery when it's gonna be out. As well as Frog playing that like other Little Nightmares game. I don't remember what it was again. The new one that came out, Reanimal. So there's like a bunch of collabs that are not scheduled, but they're like there still that I need to do. So, but yes, I do want to play It Takes Two, and I do want to play all the other ones as well. There's like a prison one. I can't remember what it was called again. And then It Takes Two. And then there's that new one that came out that was co-op. That I don't remember what it was called either. But it was in that genre of the same producers or the same developers or whatever. Split Fiction, thank you. So honestly, there's so many games I missed out during all this time. And honestly, it wasn't all because of Resident Evil that I missed out on them. But it's just... one, some of them were too pricey. Two, some of them came out while I was doing Resident Evil. And three, some of them went super viral recently. So I was like, oh, okay. This is a lot. Hi, Evie. Hello, hello. How you doing? I hope you're doing great. But yes, I literally want to do all those games. It's just like a matter of like when. Oh, when. Oh my god, I'm poor. Let me make some more money because I'm poor. Okay, there we go. Ask you in 4 months? No. Who says it's gonna take 4 months? I suppose
it's what they call the beauty of the grotesque.
Because like some of those games are like a one-off, one stream and done. But some of them are gonna take a little bit.
Aha.
I don't know why I did that, because I won't ever use the Magnum aside from bosses.
Modification can be done in just a moment. Aha.
Oh, I'm poor now. Okay, cool. I'm just poor. Got it.
What is life?
Azura! Hello! Thank you so much for the 3 gifted subs. Schedule for next. No! I didn't know the 3 of them, just 2. What do you mean 3 of them, not 2? What? Eh? Azura, thank you so much! Wait, Azura, let me put it on the list that I have. Where are you on the list, Azura? Do I have you on something else? Ain't no way. Are you not on the list already? Wait. Oh my god, no, you're not. Wait, Azra, this is your 3 first ones. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We have a little subathon, so we're doing like incentives. And for 5 gifted subs, you get your name on my face. So that's why I'm counting it and putting it on the list. So I have you there. Resubs do count as well, and I do count them. That's why it's like important I take a little bit of time to also look at them. But I appreciate you.
Please come again.
No. 3 is fine, Azura. 3 is fine. You're all good. Just being here also shows support. What the heck? Azura. Azura, your money. Your wallet is literally on the floor. Pick it up. Pick it up, buddy. Wait, Azura, I have an important question to ask you. If you had to choose a color, what color would that be? And I'm not saying this for hypothetical reasons. I'm just saying this because I have a friend that makes sticky notes, and she hand makes them, and like the first thing that she always asks me is like, yeah, what color do you want these sticky notes to be? So like, green. I got you. I mean, my friend has you. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. And for those that caught it, please, say thank you to Azura. And I hope you guys enjoy those ducky emotes. I love all of them, and I know some people use them a lot. So please, just go wild. Use them wherever. Some of them are really good, like greatly done, and I always appreciate people and artists. So I am not an artist myself, like a drawer that way. I'm an artist and musician way. So I always appreciate people that can make art, and I do appreciate all the people that I've commissioned and or like gotten art from, basically. So some of them are made to be emotes in my channel. Yes. I do what? Photoshop skills. I do not. No. Oh, I'm missing 2 fish. And the one finest fish as well. Which I don't know where it is. You lie? I literally don't. I literally don't.
Now to cook.
I have great Canva skills. It's not Photoshop because I don't have money for Photoshop.
Apologies for the wait. Here's your share.
So,
to think such a dish could be had in this winter-bound frontier.
Oh, I only have 1 meat. I need another one. Yeah, Valley made that one. Valley, honestly, amazing artist. Please, please, please go check them out. They have a VGen as well. I'm like, I don't have enough fish. I don't. This is horrible. I need 3 meat for this one. Oh, okay. Just looking at it, it's kind of stressing me out. So I won't look at it.
Sure to be a good deal.
That's me with all my issues. I'm always like, no. I don't want to look at it. Wait, didn't it have 2 holes? 1 hole. What? Okay.
Welcome, Ethan.
I'm gonna take it. There we go. Okay.
Let me know if you find anything else of value.
I will let you know, Duke. I will let you know. Before we end, because I'm kind of overtiming right now, I'm gonna put Rose into here as well. I'm gonna go fishing a little bit, and then we're gonna end chat because I'm overtiming. 6 hours is my usual. Oh wait, this is the wrong way. No wait, is that the wrong? What? This is the right way. When did they close the doors? It's almost bedtime. Yeah, it's getting to that hour. Hey, I also started a little bit late because I was working on the dual format until until stream time. Because I wanted to get it done right away. I didn't want to have to deal with it any other day. But it's fine, chat. We'll be back here tomorrow. For those that don't know, my stream time is usually like 4 p.m. European time. And then I usually go for like 6 hours. So I say usually, but then some streams have been like 4 hours and then 2 hours of Minecraft. It depends. It depends. I'm gonna go driving. Ooh, chat. Don't trust me with driving ever, by the way. Ever. I freaking suck at it. I didn't get my license at all, and I'm a public transport person all the way. For me, it's like 6 a.m. AST. Oh, 99 dog. Not yet. At least let me go fishing. I think I'd rather swim with sharks than get in a what? In a vehicle with you. You should have seen my RV there yet. Serious. Honestly, it was peak humor. I don't know how to drive, and I don't know why the other ones thought I could drive well. I think I was the one that crashed the car the most. Unfortunately. So, oh well. Too bad, too late, too sad, or whatever. Oh, there was a well in here. You're right. You're right, game. There was a reason I came back, but I don't remember where the well was. In the back. In the back. I did see this in the beginning of the game, and then I didn't think much about it because I was like, I'll come back eventually. Oh, this is not where I wanted it to go. Oh no. Dimitrescu? Oh, we're back in the Dimitrescu's part. There's a vineyard. Potter's Field. Wait, isn't this Beneviento? Yeah. This is Beneviento. This is Dimitrescu. What? What am I doing back here? Oh my god, yeah! Say thank you! Yeah. So many people in my chat got it. I'm so happy. Beneviento House? No. I don't want to go back there. There's a baby there. I don't want to have to deal with it. Where are we going? To the center of the earth? Wow. Where the heck are we? Mine. Oh wait, this was the trap place from when we ran away from things, I guess. Baby Beneviento. Honestly, kind of scary. Kind of scary. The baby. It did get me. But I was mostly just like talking smack about it. I was like, if that's the baby, what does the mother look like? Let's be honest. Oh. No, I kind of need this one. Okay, wait. Because I can push this one off of it. Right. I could push this one off if I had this middle bit. Okay, wait. But the middle bit is locked. I guess we go this way. Can I move this out of the way somehow? Yes. Hydrate, posture check. How'd you know, Plum? You always know. You have a sense of it. You always somehow know I'm already like shrimping or something. It's very surprising every single time someone catches me. It's like, oh, how'd you know? Yes, my model does go a little like askew, and I'm like leaning a little bit. But it's not to the point where it's like super obvious, I think. Large pigeon blood ruby. And a flashbang and a magnum. We'd love to see it. Not the side eye. Oh. Don't fall on me, don't fall on me, don't fall on me. Hi, Lamb. Hello, you're great, Decky. Thank you. How you doing? How's your day been? I hope great. We're just kind of running back and forth through all the places that I haven't been yet. Because we're kind of getting towards the end point, chat. This is like the end city. I just wake up. Oh, good morning. Good morning. How you doing? Oh, these doors are locked. Okay. I'll come back. What about these doors? Are they locked? They're locked. So who inherits the castle, do you think? Rose? I don't think Rose wants anything to do with the castles. After all she's been through. I can still go in here? Why? Why can't I come back to this? Chat? Why can't I come back to the castle? Cannibals plunder. Treasure under the stronghold. Oh! Do I have to go through Castle Dimitrescu to get to him? I thought this was just another fishing route. I didn't actually think that I would have to go through Castle Dimitrescu to get to him, basically. Yeah, I thought it was this way. The 6 unborn key. I didn't really think I could go this way. Oh, that's locked. That's also locked. I mean, I know how to fix this, but holy money! Whoa, so worth it. Nice. I'm rich now, chat. Oh. No. No. I'm rich. Alright. You. Come here. I still can't believe they take 3 hits to fully go. Can I close this door in case they're... Oh, okay, they're just infinite spawning. Got it. Maybe I shouldn't have opened that door. Because now they're just gonna be infinitely pissed off at me. Oh! Hey, he's medium rare, and I got an achievement for that. Oh, I guess I have to use them. Yeah, that would make sense, actually. Tween! Hello, Tween! He's well done now. He's more than well done at this point. Come here, buddy. Come here. Over here. Over here. Good job, buddy. Alright, get roasted. Nice. Now come over here. Come over here. Don't roast before you... Did he die? No, he's just a little roasted. Come here. Come here. Come here. Ah. Alright, second try. Can I pet the dog? I don't think you can pet them. Come here. Come here. They're just a little stupid. Not that much, but a little stupid. Come here. Actually, I could just get you from there. Can I? Yes. Come here. This way. This way. You're so great. You're so great. Come on. Come. Oh my god. Come here. Come here. Bring around the rosy, you know? Thank you. Alright, you can leave now. They're so wholesome. Now that I got my gifts and my ammo, I can leave. Would they look so hot? More so. I think they're yeah, I guess so. Hi Twain, how you doing though? How's your day been? Alright, let's ride on along. I didn't get to the vineyard though, that's kinda sad. But I think we have to do that the actual way. Zoom, zoom. Wait, can I ride this down the river? Oh my god, it can. So fun. Imagine Rose is like looking at me from like wherever she is, and she's like, what is my dad doing right now? And I'm casually riding a boat down the river. She's gonna be like, what the heck is up with my dad? Bro. Is he actually trying to find me, or is he having fun instead? Oh my god, is that a golden fish? That is a golden fish. I got fishies for day. Never mind, I don't have fishies for days. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe I should reload. I should reload, huh? That is 1. That is 2. Reload this one. Did that even make a dent? It did. Oh, do I regret picking that one up? Yes, I do. I don't think we'll be using this many mines, I'm gonna be honest. So I'm gonna probably get rid of this one. Oh, I can't. Okay. This one. This one! This one! I don't want this one, please. Please. Let me discard it. It doesn't let me. Wait, maybe if I reload the Magnum? I don't think that's enough. No, it's not enough. Oh my god. How do I get rid of this? I guess let's put it down. I hope no one steps on it now. Woo! Wherever someone steps on it, I'm so sorry. Someone was planning on taking a shower. Well, I don't think they can anymore. Okay, that was all the fishing that I want to do. I guess we can go. Let's leave. Fish spawns. Boom. Hey, you know, it's a fast track way of fishing. Didn't you know fishermen actually use this method? Not approved by anyone that knows about mines at all. Oh wait, I didn't drive this fully. Oh, there we go. That's definitely not how you drive a boat, by the way. Okay, let me sell all my fishies and we're good. Very American, Ducky. Very American. Hey, no. The American way would have been if I threw a grenade in the water when the fishies were still alive. That would have been the most American I could have done.
Shall I choose something for you?
Finest fish. Oh wait, I did use all my fish.
Carry on.
Oh, you're right. But did I really want movement speed though? I don't think I wanted that, no matter what. And there was nothing else that. Oh, I could have used this for this one. You're right. You can't breathe. I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
can hardly wait for the next ingredients.
I can hardly wait for the next ingredient. Well, Duke, I need to sell you this before I leave.
Welcome.
Actually. Here you go. And here you go. A giant lady. You're so welcome.
Aha!
Please take care of that one. I was gonna use that for something else, but I
You
think
let me know if you find anything else of value.
I think I like money more. Alright. Chat, that's gonna be it for today. We're gonna end it right there. We have saved, we have done everything, we have fished. And tomorrow, chat, don't leave yet. Jingle jingle. Don't leave. We are gonna be back doing more village. Hopefully we get to finish. Hopefully we get to the Heisenberg boss fight, and then hopefully to the Mother Miranda boss fight. But that's all gonna happen tomorrow, so you better be there if you want to catch that. That is gonna be the end of village after that. Except we do have the DLC. So if we do get past everything before, you know, ending time again, we can do the DLC right away. And I don't know how long the Rose DLC is. I haven't really looked at it. I think it's like an hour or 2 hours maybe. So we'll try our best to finish everything tomorrow. And then, Tad, we're finally on to Requiem after that. And then we're done. We're done with all the Resident Evil. And I know Requiem is going to take me a while. Because, let's be honest, I'm not very fast. I'm not very fast. And we get to see our baby boy Leon. And that means I'm going to spend my time ogling him. Yes, sir. So, now you know what you're looking forward to if you are going to stick around to watch me some more. But if you want to be part of the community, we have a Discord where I put all information in case I ever, you know, go missing. Because, let's be honest, your girl is not very great at not flaking. So, we try our best, okay? We try our best. But if there's anything coming up, I will always post it on the Discord first. So, there you go. Real Daddy Leon? Yeah. Unmodded, possibly, because I haven't found the real mod that I really want, which is the Burger King burger car and Daddy Leon with the crop top and a baby girl tattoo. Yes. That's all I want. That mod. For real. That's the only version of Requiem I want to play. But aside from that, we do have other social medias. So feel free to go over there if you are interested in knowing more about me, as well as my YouTubes. I am a musician after all. I do post music. I'm trying to publish more covers. Actually doing more shorts with totally new audio and my VTuber persona as my ducky, trying to sing songs because I've seen those go really well on TikTok, and I want to kind of do the same, not to like steal anyone's content, but like those do really well, and I wanted to do something like that too. So yes, it might be a possibility. But check out the music YouTube as well as the VOD channel in case you're wondering if you were like, oh, so how did her Resident Evil journey go so far? You'll see all of them over there. But yes, this is where we ended. I'm gonna send you guys over to a friend, possibly. So please stick by. And we'll go raid someone, so your Twitch journey is not over yet. Plum! Thank you! Quack, quack, para cantar, quack, 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 quack. Thank you so much, Plum! I appreciate you. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 4 months. I hope you enjoy all those ducky emotes, and I hope you're using them wisely. Please do let me know if anyone really wants me to add another emote, because I do have space for them. I just genuinely don't know what to add. So I'm just kind of waiting for commissions to go through, and then I'll be thinking about more emotes. But yes. Got any grapes, chat? Let's go over here. Let me close the village because it's starting to be spooky just like hearing it in the background. It's also turning summer, chat. So it's actually pretty light outside for me, which is a surprise because normally I see like pitch black outside. I'm like, oh, I'm scared to play horror games, but it's okay now. Oh my god, Baba has I have a hot dog. Wait, who did they get it from? Froggy. I wish, okay, I love Froggy. I wish they could do mascot art as well, because I know I've looked through their VGen and I really love their art. And honestly, Baba's like entire like emote is super good. So I want to commission them, but they do have a little like warning underneath their VGen where they're like, I can't really do mascot or animal too well, so like do it at your own risk. And I wanna contact them to see if they'd be willing to do one, because mine is very like humanoid. It's not very ducky. Or it's not very like human-esque, I would say. No, oh my god, not human-esque, animal-esque. That's what I meant to say. Not human-esque. Well, let me put myself a little bit further up. I'm kind of like far down. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I can't wait to see Baba, honestly, and Ritsu and all of the guys. I know July is closing in, and we are meeting up in the States. So I'm enjoying it. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. There's so many cuties. I want to have karaoke with them. I want to go visit all my friends. Because I do live over in Europe, and it's a little bit hard to play games with my cute American friends without anyone having to sacrifice, you know, either being really early or really late in the night. So I do kind of want to just hang out with the group more, and that's gonna be my opportunity to do so. So I can't wait. Hydrate. I'm ending. What? Okay. I'll hydrate while ending. Okay. I promise. Azra, if you're still here, I will do your note tomorrow because I feel very tired, and I don't know if my what's it called, amazing drawing skills on MS Paint, because that's all I have, by the way, is gonna be very great. But I will add you somewhere on my face. Yes. Like today I added Max, Nova, and Bacon. So they're like the new additions to my face template. But no worries. Alright, let's go rate. Let's go see who's live. Because your ducky needs to go to sleep. She's an old grandma, and grandma has a bedtime of 11 p.m. No, I'm kidding. I normally feel a little bit like slower when it's like late at night because I don't have enough energy to handle the entire day. I wake up at like 6 a.m. So going from like 6 a.m. over to midnight, I'm all dead basically. I don't have any brain cells at that time. Duck hair pack, how dare you, Brown? How dare? But yeah, let's see who's live. Somber is still live. Ain't no way. Kitty is also live. We love Kitty Cat. We love Rico. Rico's live too. Vixie's live. Yo Alpha's live. Ooh, there's so many cuties. Gosh, he's live. Ooh, who haven't I said hi to this month? Give me a second. I'm gonna have to look around to see who I haven't said hi to. Blaken. You wake up at 4 a.m.? Why? Unless you have work to do, then I would get it. I get it. After stream care can be duck care pack. Yes. I'm gonna have to do it after because I'm gonna piss girl if I do it now. You work 6 a.m. Ugh. I'm so sorry to hear that, by the way. It sucks, man. Having to work in the mornings. Oh my god, Iridisu is also live too. What? Why is everyone live? Why is everyone live? All the people that I want to raid are live. You know what? I haven't raided Zomber since they're doing their what's it called? Their 4-year anniversary. But they are sleeping right now. So I'm gonna will I be live? Chat, how many is 11 hours from now on? Let's see. 11. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 a.m.? No, I won't be able to raid them before they end. I'm gonna go say hi to Zomber. I know they're sleeping right now, but you can also accompany their chat, okay? Yes. You can hype them up a little bit. You can wake them up. They are gonna be awake at like 1 to 3 a.m. EST, which is nearing pretty soon actually. Cause it's turning about 11 in like 9 minutes. So you guys have 2 more hours before they're awake. But I won't hold on until 2 hours. I just can't. I'm actually gonna fall asleep if I do that. So we're gonna go say hi over there to their chat, and then when they wake up, you can be like super loud and be like, "Hey, we raided you," or whatever. I'm probably gonna leave my computer open as well to be like, "Hey, how you doing?" and then fall asleep immediately after. So yes. That's it. Oh wait, they're on emote only? Smart. Alright, chat, we're gonna have to make some raid commands, okay? That are just stream only. 2 hours of nearest stream. No! I'm gonna go to sleep. Let me go to sleep. I wanna be a grandma. I wanna bed rot. Alright, we're gonna make some new raid messages, okay, chat? This is our normal raid message, by the way. But since they are on emote only, I need you guys to copy paste these. Just copy paste this if you are what's it called? If you're a subby. And if you're not a subby and you are, what's it called? A follower only, no worries. We got you. We have this message over here. You can copy paste. So yeah, one is with the raid emote and the other one is with duckies and hearts. Please copy paste those. Whatever you want to add to that, you can do. But those are like the main ones. Alright, let's go over to Somber. They are an emote only chat, so you won't be able to prank too much, but at least you'll have something to watch for 11 more hours. So have fun over there. Please give them so much love. And I know you guys mostly come from Zai's stream, and we do joke about frick you, Somber, but they're a nice person as well. You know, we have to respect that. And 4 years is a long time to be on Twitch, so yes, we gotta go celebrate with them. Thank you so much for all the raiders as well that came by with their communities. You guys are amazing. You guys are so cute. Era, Sachi, tear, sigh. And if you're from any of those communities and you're still here, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for for having me as your streamer for a little bit. I hope it went well. I hope you enjoyed it, and please self-care. But I'll see you guys, most of you guys, tomorrow 4 p.m. EEST. Oh, sorry, not EST. European time. CEST. There we go. I'll see you. Bye-bye, everyone.